It was a normal day, nothing noteworthy. But when the protagonist opened her eyes, an unknown man addressed her as if she were Vile. He ordered her to quickly read the prophecy of the Winter Palace if she wanted to survive. And she thought that dream was very strange. Examining him, she noticed his cold gaze, his appearance sharp as a knife, and his hair and eyes black as coal. The man looked exactly like her favorite character, Duke Beratu, from the novel The Shadow of Beratu. The main setting of the story was the mansion of Duke Beratu, ruler of the Winter Palace, who guarded the northern borders. The protagonist was named Biole, his adopted daughter, with no blood relation to the Baratus. Despite this, thanks to her innate talent and tireless efforts, she managed to become the ruler of her lands. The problem was that, despite Biole's success, as a person she ended up completely alone. At the end of the novel, after maturing, the protagonist whispered that she had obtained the desired Beratu. But she had lost everything except him. The girl felt great pain for Viole, but believed that in her place she would have achieved a happy ending for everyone. That idea struck her, suddenly opening her eyes to a revelation. She lowered her gaze to her hands and thought that precisely because of that desire, perhaps she was dreaming she was Viole. Before, the Duke had ordered her to quickly read the prophecy of the Winter Palace if she wanted to survive. They were the same words her favorite character uttered on the day they brought Viola, abandoned in the streets, to the Winter Palace. The image she now had before her was precisely that first day, the beginning of the introduction of the Shadow of Beratu. The girl in Viola's body remembered the reason why Duke Beratu had brought the original protagonist to the Winter Palace. In that purple-haired child, the Duke instantly saw the talent of an assassin. According to Duran, Viola's adoption would be a good incentive, since for the direct descendants of Beratu, abilities were the most important thing. The original protagonist of the book submitted to the Duke without question, but as a reader, that always bothered the girl. So she tried to act on her own and address the man. With a kind look, the girl asked if he would be her father now. Without hesitation, Jerome Beratu indifferently confirmed that this would be so. But hearing that, the girl tensed up and recalled the memories from the book. According to the plot, Viola, who overthrew her rivals and became the ruler of Beratu. Everyone envied her, thinking that this was a successful life. Everyone believed so except Viola, who cried asking if they had ever considered her part of the Beratu family. Hanrin, as a reader, knew that Viola wished to be a daughter, not an insensible heiress. So she decided to make the protagonist happy, at least in her dreams. In the name of the original Viola, the girl told the Duke that she had heard a lot about Beratu, a sensible and rational family. With her hands crossed behind her back, she approached Jeron and asked why they hadn't given her the chance to choose her father herself. The girl stated that they should have given her an option so that it would fit with Beratu, which left the cold man perplexed. Before the Duke could answer, a white-haired man standing next to Viola addressed her. This man looked extremely stern, was very tall, and wore a classic black suit. Hanrin paid special attention to the scar on his face and understood that he was the head butler. Carlton. This stern man's gaze seemed to insist that the lady behave decently towards the Duke. However, unlike others, the reader knew that Duke Duran would have liked to hear such a provocative question. The man, her favorite character, pointed out that Viola seemed to know a lot about Beratu. This made him smile, and she nodded in satisfaction, happy to have caused the desired effect. The girl turned around professionally and added that Beratu was a place where everything was proven only by abilities. An ecosystem of natural selection, a cruel family that encourages the mass murder of siblings. However, Beratu remains the shield of the North that protects the world from the northern forest. Therefore, it prioritizes rational choice and family benefit. The girl said it with bright eyes. She seemed to know all the rules, even better than the Baratus themselves. So she asked Verona why, in such a coherent and rational family, they hadn't given her the right to choose. The Duke, after listening carefully to Viola's speech, admitted there was truth in her words. Now, after that observation, he asked the girl if she would be his daughter. Without hesitation at all, Viola accepted his proposal. When the Duke asked why she had decided so quickly, Hannarin honestly replied that her father was very handsome. That answer caught everyone off guard. The men didn't know how to react to the girl's words. Hannarin considered it necessary to clarify that her transformation into father and daughter was entirely her choice. Not the Duke's. Duran had to accept that he made the proposal, but it was Viola who accepted it. Now that the reader achieved her goal, she decided she could continue and address the Duke with another request. The girl approached the man again, who continued to watch her attentively. She extended her hand and grabbed the edge of Duran's clothes, indicating she would do everything possible so he wouldn't regret bringing her. Therefore, Hannarin asked him not to treat her as property or a tool, and if possible, simply to love her. So that at least in her dream Viole could fulfill her wish, Hannarin begged the Duke to be a father not just in words. With overwhelming sincerity, looking into the eyes of her favorite character, she asked him to truly become a father. That moment seemed magical. The girl enjoyed the perfect realization of her plan. She, Hannarin, managed to perfectly recreate the beginning of the prologue she had imagined so much. And now she contained tears of overflowing joy. Contrary to what the girl expected, the Duke found her words amusing. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room became oppressive, forcing her to step back. She didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes widened as she sensed something bad. The pain paralyzed her. She felt as if her body was tearing apart. Something strange, since in a dream it shouldn't hurt so much. She should have woken up. The Duke coldly commented that she managed quite well. He released Viole, and the girl began to breathe raggedly, trying to move away from the pain she had suffered. Before leaving, Duran advised her to try to survive as much as her gift helped her, since he himself would not kill her. As she watched him walk away, Viole, still catching her breath, tried to understand why this dream was so realistic. A short while later, the Duke was sitting thoughtfully in his study, next to his desk. Reflecting, he clasped his hands in a gesture of concentration and thought about Viola, his newly adopted daughter. He recalled their first meeting. When he first saw her, the Duke clearly remembered that her eyes were undoubtedly an intense red. In her hand, she held a piece with blood drops slipping down its surface. Duran deduced that it seemed the girl had hit a slave trader who was trying to kidnap her. The most important thing was that a 7-year-old girl managed it without any preparation. It was as if a child born under a bad star appeared only on rare occasions. He only took her because she surprised him. But no matter how much he thought, that girl looked nothing like a 7-year-old. A voice interrupted him, commenting that the Duke seemed to be in a good mood. He agreed with the person who approached, Carlton, saying that the situation was truly unusual. Since the girl said complex things for someone her age, while maintaining childish behavior. The butler observed that although according to her she is 7 years old, her body corresponds to that of a 5-year-old. Either she has been starving, or she simply doesn't remember her age well. Duran objected that the girl did not seem like a child who did not remember her age, but her mind. And her body differed as if they were distinct, which seemed unusual to him. Reflecting on it, Carlton pointed out that the girl's awkwardness was due to her being very nervous. Despite trying to appear confident, suddenly his own assumption surprised the butler, who understood something more. The girl was nervous, but she said something so bold to the Duke, which demonstrated that she had a firm willpower that overcame fear. Carlton considered that, in reality, having that will in the girl would be very positive in their situation. Meanwhile, the Duke was also reflecting on Viola. He recalled their first conversation upon arriving at the Winter Palace. The girl asked him to love her, filled with sincerity and resolution. Her eyes shone when she uttered those words. The reality was that no one from Beratu requested love with such bravery as this child, which surprised the Duke. Despite this, Viola uttered those words with such audacity and determination that it brought a smile to Duran's face. Caught up in that thought, the man addressed his butler, who reacted instantly. The Duke asked Carlton what the probability was that Viola would survive in Beratu until adulthood. Meanwhile, Han Aaron, still in Viola's body, reflected on why she couldn't wake up. The girl wondered with concern if this was a dream, as 2 days had passed. And she still hadn't woken up. The only explanation was that soul transfer that Han Aaron had seen many times in books. In that case, the girl really was in the body of Viola, who had stolen countless lives. A cry of disbelief filled the silence of the room. This assumption could not be true. Despite this affirmation, the girl, in a panic, understood that all senses were too intense. And that everything around her was definitely real. Sitting on the floor, Hannarin tried to accept that she had transmigrated and was truly an adopted child in the Iron Duchy. And blood. She stopped her restless emotions, because the more dangerous the situation, the more important it was to control herself, and now she was in Beratu. The girl went to the window and decided, instead of grieving, to devise a plan for her survival. After reflecting, she decided that the first thing she would do was force the inhabitants of Beratu to recognize her as a family member. The next step Hannarin desired was to push the Duke's first daughter to take the heir's place, since she had every opportunity before Viola appeared. Later, when the heir was chosen, the sibling wars would cease, which would mean all dangerous people would disappear. The most important thing was that Hannarin could not be the original Viola, because she didn't want to kill anyone or die herself. The girl decided she would live differently and consider everything that happened as a fanfic she would create with her own body. The only thing that scared her was that this story was also a trap, in which one could die if they did something wrong. In her thoughts, the girl supposed that if there was a soul transmigration, did that mean Hannarin had died? Life as Hannarin was full of dark memories. Her classmates murmured that she lived in an orphanage. The girl's mother had died, and her father had promised to come for her after 100 nights. But he never came. When Hannarin reached high school, she finally managed to admit to herself that she had been abandoned. Realizing this, the girl felt more miserable than anyone and, regaining consciousness, she found herself already at the edge of the roof, looking at the landscape stretching out below. She thought that if she jumped, she would die and finally find peace. But when she stood on the edge and took a step forward, her body began to tremble. She became afraid. To her astonishment, Hannarin realized that she did not want to fall. Facing death allowed her to realize. In reality, the girl wanted to live. And from then on, she did everything possible to at least love herself. She studied hard, sought good friends, and tried harder and harder. Finally, her efforts bore fruit. Han Aaron's life filled with vibrant colors. Her expectations for a bright future grew stronger and stronger. Until one day in the second semester of her freshman year of university, she fell asleep studying in the library and opened her eyes in the body of Viola, protagonist of a cruel romance. Recalling all this, the girl thought that perhaps this life was better than the previous one, since she now had a family and a father. Viola decided that if she tried hard, everything would work out in time, especially since she had no other choice. The first thing to do was to recall the events of the romance. Viola is sure that after adopting her, the Duke asked Carlton a question. He asked the butler what the probability was that the girl would survive in the Beratu family. Then the man replied that, in his opinion, it was less than 10%. That unsettled the girl, because even with Viola's skills, the probability in that horrible place was low. The girl decided she must take control of herself and continued recalling what would happen next in the novel. Meanwhile, in the Duke's office, that same debate about the probability of Viola's survival in Beratu continued. Contrary to expectations, Carlton stated that her chances were around 40%. In reality, Gerant Beratu had always possessed the eyes of truth, an instinctive ability to see through people. Thanks to this, he managed to read the real feelings of Viola, his recently acquired adopted daughter. In the girl's genuine feelings, there was a sincere desire to find a family. The invisible image of Viola wished to embrace Gerant, showing friendly interest towards him. The Duke was extremely surprised. He didn't understand why the girl appreciated him so much, as there were no objective reasons. He got the feeling that the girl had been sincerely waiting for their meeting for a long time. Geraint could not understand the situation at all, but decided to issue an order to Carlton. He ordered Carlton to assign Jenon as Viola's butler, which surprised the other man. Since he was too competent, Carlton decided to clarify if the Duke wanted the appointment as a permanent butler, and not temporary. Geraint calmly confirmed his words. He planned to appoint Jenon as Viola's butler permanently. Meanwhile, Viola, in her room, pondered the next appearance of Jenon as a temporary butler. According to the book, this man was an elite swordsman from a noble family who had killed many first-level imperial knights after an incident, and then joined the Beratu house. According to the plot, Zenon tested her for a long time without recognizing her as a Beratu, acting as a guard and lady-in-waiting at the same time. Finally, the man recognized Violetta, but now Hannarin will have to face his inescapable tests. The girl startled when she heard a knock on her room door. A voice from outside asked permission to enter, and Violetta rushed to the door. Scared, as she hadn't heard footsteps before, the visitor introduced himself as Violetta's new lady-in-waiting, Zenon, which surprised her, since he was supposed to be a temporary lady-in-waiting. Violetta approached the door and tried to reach the doorknob, cursing her short height. Finally, she managed. The girl opened the door and looked at the newcomer. In front of her stood a tall and handsome man, with dark purple hair neatly combed, dressed in the lady-in-waiting uniform. Smiling courteously at her, Zenon loudly pointed out that the lady had opened the door herself. He said that next time she could simply give me an order, since it is the lady-in-waiting's job, not the lady's. Violetta immediately understood that it was a test. She remembered that she had to prove her worth as a Beratu in front of Zenon. Responding with a stern look, Violetta asked if the lady-in-waiting had just reprimanded her. With his unchanging smile, the man asked if she had felt it was a reprimand, and Violetta questioned if that wasn't the case. She gave Zenon a cold and prolonged look, showing a silent expectation, and demanding his answer. The lady-in-waiting finally retracted and offered an apology, confirming that it was not a reprimand. Viola informed him that the butler should give advice, not make observations, and ordered him to remember that, something Jenon agreed with. The girl breathed discreetly, remembering that this was the only way to survive there. She had to maintain an image consistent with the Beratu family, without losing power or authority. The original Viola also managed to keep them, but by subjugating people with force. In fear, she lost everyone around her. But Hannarin planned to turn everyone into her allies, starting with the butler, since he plays the role of the main assistant. The true role of all Beratu butlers is to ensure their master becomes the heir. Butlers of eliminated heirs are expelled or die, while the heir's butler gains unlimited power. For these reasons, the girl decided she must make Jenon her ally without a doubt. Viola reported that she wanted to check her butler's identity, which is why she opened the door herself. In response, Jenon knelt down and apologized, admitting he hadn't suspected her plan. The man highlighted Viola's cunning, saying that as a butler, it greatly pleased him. Viola told Jenon she liked him too, but the butler remembered he had made a mistake earlier. The girl objected that despite that, her butler says the right things. A lady who opens the door herself does not fit in with the Beratus. However, Viola added grimly that what really bothered her was not the content of Jenon's words. She looked at him coldly and told him the problem was with his manners. At that moment, seeing his mistress, the man perceived the resentment emanating from her. He focused his attention on her violet eyes, thinking they should turn red with an intense expression of anger. This characteristic belongs to those born under an unfortunate star. But even now, it did not reveal itself, which indicated the girl's high self-control. Jenon considered that the new Beratu was a lady with outstanding abilities, much more than he had imagined. Viola addressed the butler, announcing that she would give him her first order right now. This surprised Jenon, who did not expect to receive his first official order just 10 minutes after meeting. His lady had already defined her role and started acting, without having heard any explanation from the butler about the family. which pleasantly surprised him. Viola firmly ordered him to bring a quill and red frog poison. The man smiled, noticing that the red frog poison was a very potent neurotoxin. An unpleasant sensation flooded the girl, as if the butler's gaze was seeing through her. She turned to the man and suggestively asked what his function in the house was, to which he replied that it was to help and watch her. Without looking at him further, Viola authoritatively ordered Jenon to be faithful to that function. He accepted, stood up, and left the room, announcing that he would complete the task in about 12 minutes. As soon as he left, nervous relief flooded the girl. His words fit Beratu, but it had been quite difficult. 12 minutes later, Jenon returned without being a second late, and Viola thought how terrifying that man was. The palace servant handed Viola a quill, the red frog poison, and informed her that just in case, he had brought paper. The girl took what was offered, thanked him courteously, and allowed him to leave. As Xian left the room, Viola rushed inside, determined to prepare for the next unpleasant encounter. There are many unbalanced people in this house, including Vincent, the Duke's fifth son. A killing machine. The main plot of the novel begins with the encounter she would have with him tomorrow. That's why Viola used all available tools to prepare herself. This girl planned to do everything possible to survive. The next day, Viola walked around the castle room, preparing and waiting for the inevitable. She was determined to face the encounter the book had destined for her. The girl knew someone was approaching her, the most annoying rival who would appear in the novel for Viola. That boy is a talented killer. Losing attention to him would mean death. A knock was heard on the door, announcing that the Duke's son, Vincent, had arrived. And Viola gave him permission to enter. The doors opened, allowing the girl to see the guest she had prepared for since the previous day. An 8-year-old boy, Vincent Beratu, the Duke's fifth son, entered the room with a bored expression on his face. He loudly commented on Viola's calmness. With his hands in his pockets and watching her attentively, Vincent looked at her arrogantly, expressing the hope that Viola would not make the mistake of considering him her brother. The girl noticed his disdainful attitude, but knew that this did not reflect Vincent's true personality. In reality, the boy wished he had a younger brother or sister, as all other children in the family were older than him. Upon learning that the Duke had adopted Viola, he was very happy and decided to ask his mother for more details. However, the woman, when answering his questions, stated that this adopted child was not worthy of being his younger sister. The Duchess said Viola was a commoner, lacking Beratu blood. So she was not his sister, only a victim. The boy hesitated upon hearing her words, asking if that meant he couldn't go say hello. But the woman disdainfully allowed it, ordering him to clearly explain to the girl that she couldn't be his sister. Then Vincent decided to do everything in his power to show his terrifying side. In the novel, Viola, upon seeing the boy like that, started a fight with him, which resulted in serious injuries for both, and in even more tangled relationships. Hannah Arendt decided that she could not leave things as they were in the book. So she just laughed when she heard Vincent's words. With a smile, she asked what relationship she could have with the boy if she wasn't his younger sister. Vincent reflected and remembered his mother's words, that the child was just a victim. So he stated with conviction that Viola was a victim, pointing his finger at her. But the girl only grunted. That indifferent reaction made Vincent nervous. He didn't understand why his interlocutor wasn't angry. In his imagination, everything was completely different. They should have fought, and, as a result, he could have become a cool older brother. And terrifying. He asked why Viola wasn't angry, and if she understood that they had just humiliated her. The girl calmly asked if he wanted her to get angry, and he confidently replied that she should have after the insult. In response, Viola calmly placed the teacup back on the tray. She told him to wait, and Vincent beamed with an expectant smile, trying to guess what she was planning. Suddenly, something flew near the boy's face, stopping him in his tracks. A writing quill was stuck in the wall behind him, trapped there by the force of the throw. Facing Vincent, Viola stood still with her hand raised, the same one that had thrown the quill. The boy was surprised, touching his cheek scratched by where the projectile had passed. He marveled at Viola's throw, excited and unaware of her thoughts at that moment. In reality, Viola only wanted to scare him, but she missed and almost stuck the quill in Vincent's eye. He, despite admiring her attack, asked seriously if it had been a warning. Vincent wanted to comment on how funny his sister was, but quickly corrected himself by calling her the victim. Viola didn't see the humor, but the boy said the warning had been impressive by throwing the quill right next to his eye. After expressing his enthusiasm, he asked if he would hug her now, extending his arms with a warm expression. And hospitable. The girl felt like reciprocating his gesture and almost threw herself into his arms, accepting. But she couldn't relax. In Beratu, hugs are not a way to express closeness, but an exploration to detect weaknesses. Analyzing physical constitution. Vincent looked adorably tender, despite his intentions, almost disappointed by her refusal to hug. Viola decided to act like a Beratu, so she stepped forward and approached the boy. She hugged him, wrapping her arms around him, as if they were truly innocent and sincere children. The boy smiled contentedly and laughed, telling Viola he liked her and hugged her with his arms around her shoulders. He commented that he was intrigued by which of them would be more skillful at killing the other. He found it very interesting and advised her to try. Viola was thrilled to be recognized as a rival in the race for successor. Now she had to draw Vincent to her side. If she failed to do so, Vincent, as in a novel, would pursue her day and night with the intention of killing her. Just imagining it scared her. She wanted to pull away, but the boy held her too tightly. Another person approached from Viola's side, greeting Mr. Vincent. Zenon introduced himself as the steward assigned to the young lady. He smiled courteously and bowed to the children. He reported that the Duke had given Viola a 10-day grace period, but Vincent didn't understand what that meant. The steward asked him to refrain from attacking the lady during that period, telling him it would be better if he stayed away from her. Vincent asked what would happen if he didn't want to, and he continued hugging the girl despite the warning. The man replied that he would have to report everything to the Duke, as he was not just a steward, but also a supervisor and responsible for reports. That raised questions in the boy. He didn't understand what supervision and reports were for, and Zenon noticed Viola's suspicious silence for a girl her age. Vincent asked if that was normally kept secret, but the butler calmly replied that there was no order to keep quiet about it. The boy was clearly dissatisfied. He wanted to ask another question to buy time, but couldn't think of suitable questions. Regretfully, he separated from Viola, breaking the hug and finally releasing the girl. He affirmed that he understood and would leave, even though he didn't want to at all. In the end, he said goodbye to his sister, correcting himself at the last moment and calling her the victim. He squeezed her shoulder with his hand before leaving, but suddenly slipped awkwardly. The boy suddenly fell to the floor, losing strength, as Viola watched him in silence. The world before his eyes wavered. It seemed to him that he was flying. Viola indifferently ordered the butler to escort Vincent, and the latter hastened to comply with her order. She watched as the maid carried the boy, who had finally been affected by the poison, despite Vincent's resistance to them. When Viola and Zenon were left alone in the room, the butler pointed out, addressing the lady, that her greeting had been impeccable. The girl achieved a perfect victory, and if her intention had been to kill the Duke's son, she would definitely have died today. Vincent asked with interest if that was why the lady needed to bring the quill and red frog poison yesterday. Viola confirmed his assumption, inwardly begging him not to ask the reason, since she knew everything only from reincarnation. The steward remained silent for a moment, absorbed in the situation, and addressed the lady, hoping it wouldn't be inappropriate. He requested permission to ask Viola a question, and the girl stood still in tense anticipation, fearing that he had discovered everything. Without realizing it, she tensed up and told him she would answer if the question proved valuable enough. Zenon knelt on one knee in front of the lady to match her height, clearly intrigued. Then, looking directly into her eyes, he asked why she allowed the Duke's son to hug her. The girl did not expect that question and was paralyzed, almost disconcerted. She exhaled mentally in relief, as her fears had not been realized. The steward had not asked her about the reason for the early preparation. Viola replied to Jen on that by hugging. One could evaluate the other's body and easily find their weak points. For example, one could learn the length of the striking arm and predict the mobility of different body parts, according to their thickness. The man added that the Duke's son, Vincent, could also have done that. But Viola rhetorically asked him if there was a problem with that. Her answer struck the steward, who had heard that the 7-year-old girl was a commoner and had received no prior education. If the girl, who had arrived in Beratu only 3 days earlier, had received no prior teaching, then all of that was innate instinct. Keeping all this in mind, Jenon finally accepted that this situation was not a problem. He told her sincerely that Viola's trust was admirable and put his hand in his inner jacket pocket. Hannon took out the knife hidden in his pocket, and the girl got scared, trying to understand what he was going to do now. Contrary to her fears, the butler simply cut off the end of a loose thread on her dress. With no other purpose. Viola was surprised by his actions, looked at him perplexed, and wondered mentally if this had happened in the book. After doing what he intended, the butler calmly put the knife back in his jacket. He also informed Viole that he would give the Duke a report, once again drawing the young lady's attention. Suddenly, he respectfully handed her a note, saying he wished to show the lady the contents of his report. This action confused her again, surprised, as this had also not happened in the original story. But she accepted the note. The pompous text surprised Viole, stating that she possessed an instinctive thirst for power and great ambitions. Furthermore, surprising her even more, it was written that in her there was the necessary madness for Beratu that she could control. Viole didn't understand why Gino showed her this, and he replied that the demonstration of her abilities in full splendor proved her competence. Now, for the young lady to become the next Duchess, Gino was willing to make every possible effort. For a moment, Viole lost the ability to speak. The man's declaration unsettled her. The situation worsened because she had no intention of becoming the heiress. Her goal was to survive and hand over the title to the first daughter. All her effort focused on containing panic, but she tried with all her might to simulate intense joy on her face. Gino beamed, sharing that it had been a long time since he had seen such sincere eyes in anyone, promising to do everything possible. Because of everything that happened, Viole's head was starting to hurt, but she decided to proceed with her plan. And she addressed the butler. She ordered him to obtain the family tree, as detailed as possible. Later, in the semi-darkness of one of the castle rooms, a sharp whip crack cut through the air. The Duchess, with a dark smile, stood in front of Vincent and asked him what he thought of the child he visited today. The boy obediently replied that he had found her interesting. The woman reminded him that this girl would soon be his enemy and asked if it was right to treat enemies so gently. She reminded her son that enemies must be crushed, and Vincent knows this perfectly well. But for some reason, he acted differently. Vincent obediently admitted that he had been wrong, and his mother asked him what should be done if he was wrong. The boy indifferently replied that in that case, he should be reprimanded, something he understood perfectly. That answer was expected. The Duchess confirmed that he knew all the rules well. Now that this was clarified, the woman, with an unpleasant smile, asked her son if he was ready to receive lashes with the whip. Meanwhile, Vincent's gaze fixed on his mother's bloodied hand, holding the whip. Without saying another word, he obediently knelt down and turned towards the Duchess. Preparing for his punishment, the boy sat on the floor, like an obedient doll, as the woman silently raised her whip hand over him. The blows fell like a storm. Hissing and whipping sounds filled the silence of the dark room. Vincent obediently endured his mother's punishment, shedding silent tears and trembling. Meanwhile, in another brightly lit room, Viola collapsed onto the bed, allowing herself a moment of rest. Her day had passed like a hurricane, but everything had gone quite well. Despite the dangerous elements that were Vincent and Jenon, Her thoughts were overshadowed by the fact that now she would have to continue proving to everyone that she was suitable for Beratu. If she failed to do so, certain death would come at anyone's hands. She sighed heavily, once again, trying to escape for a moment from her dark, troubling thoughts. Viola thought that, although Genon's actions today were unexpected, Vincent was surely having a rough time. And more worried about the fact that the Ascilla wooden whips burned his mother's hands. It had to be that way because Vincent's mother, as in the novel, Viola hadn't met her yet. That part hadn't changed. Occupied with these thoughts, Viola called the butler. Genon arrived immediately, ready to carry out any errand kindly. The girl said she needed to go out, which surprised the man as it was late. Despite that, Viola firmly ordered them to take her to Vincent's room, since her task was to make them all allies. Meanwhile, the boy, injured by the lashes, remained sitting in the same spot. In the darkness, dissipated by the moonlight. He was crying, hugging his knees with his hands, and repeating that he had been wrong. Because of him, his mother's hand now hurt, so he was a bad son. Genon accompanied Viola, taking her directly to the door of Vincent's room. The Duke's fifth son. The girl was satisfied that they had finally reached the place and ordered the door to be opened. When asked if she should do it without touching, Viola confirmed that this should be the case. Obeying the order, the man pulled the doorknob. Viola tensed up. The air smelled of heavy blood. Something she had only imagined, until now when reading lines in a book. It was the smell of suffering emanating from Vincent. The small, beaten child, sitting in the darkness. A man came out of the room, stopping the unwanted guests and ordering them to leave. The man in the butler's suit harshly stated that Mr. Vincent did not wish to see anyone at this moment. When Viola and Zenon did not move, the man insisted once more that they move away from that room. The girl, looking at the man, immediately understood that he was Vincent's butler. Zenon informed her that Viola wished to meet the Duke's son now, but they replied again that Vincent did not want to. Not wanting to give up, Zenon repeated that the lady wished to meet him, and the boy's butler started to get angry. The man furiously told Zenon that he warned him and ordered him to shut up. Stepping back, the butler addressed his lady, drawing her attention and asking what he should do in such a situation. Viola asked if she could assert herself, and the man replied that the butlers in this house were very powerful. But the girl demanded a more concrete answer. Zenon reported that it seemed difficult as he pulled a knife from his jacket. He pointed the weapon at the adversary, adding that nothing was impossible here either. The man in front of him warned him not to do anything stupid, asking if he planned to ignore the law of the Winter Palace. Those words made Viola remember the law, according to which within the Winter Palace, violence and murder are forbidden. The girl understood that, without that law, Genon would have already hit him long ago, despite his usual kind demeanor. That overwhelmed her. Viola felt fear and decided she had to get out of there quickly. Maintaining apparent calm, the girl walked past the motionless men in their silent conversation. She disappeared into the darkness of the room without uttering a word, leaving behind only the sound of her footsteps. Genon watched her walk away, still holding the knife against the other butler, until the young lady disappeared into the room. After that, he lowered the weapon and asked the man if he had seen it, who confirmed it. The butler pointed out that Viola did not miss the perfect moment and entered through the door without hesitation. And Genon agreed that his lady meets all the basic principles of Beratu. The man asked if Genon was willing to hurt him, and the latter sincerely replied that it was likely, causing a sigh of discontent from the other. Despite what happened, the butler congratulated Genon on having such a good master. He asked if Genon sincerely wanted to take care of the lady, and the latter agreed, pointing out that Viola possesses ambitions and thirst for power. For him, that went beyond common efforts, and Viola was born with the luck of a ruler. Genon, beaming, stated that Viola acts as if she were truly born and raised in Beratu. And his interlocutor was surprised, asking if it was possible. The butler supposed it was possible with innate talent, keen insight, and full awareness of her role, as his lady already demonstrated. He recalled the conversation with Viola and her question if she would attack someone fallen. But the girl objected that, in that case, Jenon, who had failed to defeat her, would be sentenced to death. Then, the butler acknowledged it would be difficult, and Viola added that it wouldn't be easy for her either if he died. When asked why, the girl simply replied that he was an indispensable person for Biole Beratu. Jenon reflected on the fact that the lady had introduced herself as Biole Beratu, which meant she consciously recognized her role and place in this family. The man eagerly awaited his lady's future, unaware that Viola had used her full name due to the reader's habit. Meanwhile, the girl walked in the darkness, hearing her butler's laughter coming from somewhere. She looked around the spacious place, considering exactly where to look for Vincent in a space the size of several rooms. Viola examined her surroundings until her gaze fell upon something familiar that caught her attention. A door identical to the one appearing in the illustration of the read book caught her attention. Vincent must be there. The girl opened the door a little and timidly looked inside the room, hoping to have found the right place. She saw Vincent, covered in blood, sitting alone on the floor, the person she was looking for. Despite the trembling in her legs, she forced herself to approach, thinking she could do it. She had to try. Seeing the boy's tearful face, Viola indifferently informed him that he looked bad. Without stopping, she got onto the chair and asked Vincent if things had gone very badly for him. Viola observed out loud that there was a lot of blood around him. But the boy objected that it wasn't as much as for today. The girl leaned back, relaxed on the chair, as if she wasn't interested at all. And seeing the Asilla whip, she commented that it would surely hurt. Although still crying, Vincent replied that his mother had also been hurt. And upon hearing that Viola objected to his choice, he told her it was her mistake. The girl asked if it was true that it was his mistake, and the boy confirmed it. He laughed forcefully and with a smile said he had been a bad Vincent, although his eyes were still crying. Viola didn't understand what the devil that child was saying and thought she didn't want a family like that. The girl got off the seat and moved closer to Vincent, asking him to turn around. The boy asked what she needed and reminded her that there would be bad consequences if she hit him in the Winter Palace. But Viola rejected it. She firmly declared that one day she would make her brother kneel before her and crawl on the floor face down, like a dog. Hearing this, Vincent's eyes surprisingly shone with hope. A very strange reaction from the girl. But to his astonishment, Viola added that she didn't want such a broken brother, because it wouldn't be interesting to crush him. Vincent laughed and agreed, finally turning around. Viola was paralyzed, seeing how much his back was bleeding. Her heart ached contemplating such an image. Even for the madness of a Duke Daham in a fantasy world, it was too much for an 8-year-old boy. As she thought about the cruelty she had just witnessed, she approached the bag on her shoulder and took something out of it. Her brother began to anxiously ask what she was going to use, imagining options like a knife, poison, or hydrochloric acid. Sensing something, he froze. A sharp pain ran through his body, and the boy's eyes widened. He began to writhe, saying his wounds were burning, but Viola ordered him not to pretend. And she remained focused on her task. Vincent asked what kind of poison it was, as it was the first time he had experienced such sensations. But the girl clarified that it was not poison, but an ointment. Despite the explanation, he understood nothing and loudly supposed that the ointment was a special poison. Viola reminded him that she didn't want to see her battered brother kneeling and advised him to recover soon. The boy asked why it was necessary, and she replied that it would make it more interesting for her to kill him that way. Although in reality, she wished to relieve her brother's pain. Vincent said it was strange, and the girl became nervous, thinking her acting had been too clumsy. But the boy commented that he had a strange feeling and pointed to his chest with his finger, saying it was itching there. Tears welled up in his eyes again. But this time, Vincent's smile was sincere, real. She noticed it, but didn't understand what was happening or why he was crying if he was smiling now. The boy didn't understand his own feelings. Laughing, he concluded that Viola had indeed given him poison, and Vincent praised her, wondering when she had done it. Looking at the girl, he noticed something else strange and asked why Viola's eyes were also burning. And if she hadn't poisoned herself. Viola flatly stated that if she had wanted to poison Vincent, she would have given him a stronger poison. And the boy had to accept it. He said he was almost disappointed to see Duke Beratu's son crying, but Vincent replied that he cried when he was sad. Taking advantage of the moment, Viola commented that if Duchess Isabella hadn't hit Vincent, he would have no reason to be sad. The boy looked at Viola with confusion and replied that he himself was responsible for what happened. But the girl retorted that Vincent was subjected to violence in the Winter Palace, which violates the main law regarding the protection of minors under 10 years old. In the novel, when Vincent grew up, he asked his mother the reason for her action, conscious that he would have to kill her for violating the law. Isabella, without remorse, replied that only by killing his mother could he become a real ruler. The Duchess told Vincent that he had grown and that she was happy, while the young man stood motionless, crying, hurt by what happened. Clenching his teeth, trying to regain control, despite the storm of emotions at that moment. With recovered strength, the young man raised the knife and fulfilled his duty, but after that, he couldn't be the same. Viola remembered that tragic episode, regretting that Vincent had no intention of killing his beloved mother. No matter how much the girl reflected, unfortunately, she could not find any normal person in that story. Vincent didn't understand her words, resisted them, desperately talking about how she was still his mother. From that moment, according to Viola, the plot should twist, and she told the boy that she knew everything was different. She added that if everything continued like this, Vincent would have to kill the mother who mistreated him with his own hands. The boy was speechless, trying to process what Viola had thrown at him. Too difficult to accept. He addressed Viola, trying to change the subject, and mentioned that his mother had entrusted him with a task. This surprised the girl and caused her some concern, as the task should appear in a few days. Changing her grim expression to a cheerful smile, Vincent unexpectedly asked the girl if she would play with him. Viola was surprised to see that he presented it as a game, not a competition. Her expectations did not match reality. Cheered up, Vincent added that it would be interesting, as they said it was fun. Due to his carefree appearance, Viola had to convince herself mentally not to be fooled by his appearance, since the boy was dangerous. Regaining composure, she replied with reservations that, supposedly, it was interesting. Viola awaited that crucial episode for the plot. Later, already prepared, she listened silently to the explanations on how mountain bandits attack and what weapons they use. Jenon explained everything to her, handing the girl a knife smeared with a strong poison and advising her to use it carefully. He innocently explained that if the lady cut herself with that weapon, she would go to heaven, and his words deeply unsettled her. A shiver ran down her spine, hearing the butler say all that with his usual kind smile. And courteous. Deciding it would be safer that way, especially for her, Viola refused to use poison. Despite Jenon's objections, she told the butler that she simply didn't want to use poison in a normal game. But her true thoughts were far from that. The justification worked. The butler accepted Viola's arguments and carefully cleaned the blade, removing the poison. The faithful servant bowed and carefully handed the weapon to his lady, wishing her success in this mission. Jenon will also be there, but he won't be able to help her at all, since the mission was given to the Duke's fifth son. Viola took the disinfected knife and assimilated the butler's words, thinking about the upcoming mission. The mission, which Vincent called a game, is to eliminate a small band of bandits operating in the Biole Mountains. In fact, it is not even a mission, but rather training for Vincent, since an 8-year-old boy cannot face an entire gang. The most important aspect here is that during this mission, the novel's protagonist appears, and Viola will finally be able to meet him. When Tundra, the novel's protagonist, was still a child, his mother, unable to bear poverty, left home. The boy, his sick sister, and his loving father supported each other and managed to escape misery. They were Tundra's true treasure. From the age of 6, the boy started hunting, improving his skills day by day. and his family never went hungry again. The boy wished to be even better so that his sister could receive treatment at the temple. And he believed that one day his dreams would come true. But a fateful day arrived when Tundra was returning from hunting, happy because he had caught an especially large deer. He froze on the threshold upon seeing the body lying in the center of the room. And his dreams of happiness shattered into 1,000 pieces. He dropped the prey and the bow with arrows from his hands and ran to his father's body. Unwilling to believe what had happened, tears welled up in the boy's eyes when he found no pulse in the man, and he began to search for his sister everywhere. Tundra looked around and noticed the broken furniture and marks on the walls. But he couldn't find his sister and decided she had been kidnapped. Overcoming his pain, the boy stood up, apologized mentally to his father, and swore to return soon. Picking up the bow and arrows, Tundra rushed out of the house. All his thoughts focused on rescuing his kidnapped sister. The boy followed the kidnappers' trail for 3 days, hoping to reach them soon at their lair. At some point, he discovered a tall structure with sentinels, probably belonging to bandits. A dark determination filled him. The idea that the settlement was close, and that his sister was there echoed in Tundra's mind. At that very moment, Viola's carriage was passing through the forest, and she was reflecting on what the protagonist would really be like. Vincent was sitting across from her. He yawned and complained that traveling on horseback would be much more fun. Viola replied that no one would stop him, and the boy protested, because she didn't speak to him with respect. Like an elder. The girl didn't fully understand his complaint, and Vincent accusingly pointed out that Viola was 7 years away from turning 8. He stated that the girl should call him older brother, which caused an amused giggle from Viola, since Vincent was acting like a child. Then, the boy added that he had killed 10 more people than Viola, and all the fun disappeared from his face. She returned to the previous topic and said Vincent could ride a horse if he wanted to. But he protested that it would cost him energy. It wasn't clear to Viola why it was a problem, and the boy explained that if he got exhausted, he wouldn't be able to show her his toughness. In his whim, Viola saw an opportunity to protect herself. She told Vincent she would give him the chance first, which made the boy happy. The girl remembered that the training was for her brother, so he should try the mission by himself. Playing on Vincent's childishness, she advised him to do what he could, but without getting too exhausted. Looking at him with superiority, Viola said that if her brother found it difficult, she would help him. To the girl's delight, it worked. Vincent assured her that it wouldn't happen, because he would solve everything alone and Viola would have to stand by. As soon as they finished talking, the carriage stopped, and a voice from outside informed them that they had arrived at the location. Shannon pointed to the observation platform visible on the horizon, saying that the bandits had taken refuge there, and that from now on they would have to walk. Before Viola could get out of the carriage, Vincent was already running in the correct direction, accompanied by his faithful butler. They soon arrived at the settlement, composed of a small number of simple wooden structures. Vincent brandished his knife, saying that the foolish bandits had left no one in the watchtower, which also surprised Viola. However, the boy's disapproval soon turned into eager anticipation, since he sensed the smell of blood very close by. They discovered an unknown body on the ground, which had apparently been buried, but it had been dug up by someone. The sight of the corpse enraged Viola, as it was a child under 10, something unforgivable. Even in the novel's world, the girl lamented the sins of those bandits, who had also attacked Tundra's family. Without wasting time, Vincent knocked on the door of one of the houses, hiding the weapon prepared for attack behind his back. He was surprised when Viola approached him, clearly ready to do something, although she didn't plan to intervene. It turned out the door was not locked. The girl discovered a rarity, traces that it had been opened inward. Vincent didn't understand the meaning, and Viola explained that the bandits' doors usually open outward to facilitate escape. She remembered the dug-up grave they had seen and said someone had been there. She knew that was where Tundra was looking for his sister. This surprised the boy, and Viola explained that this was why no one was in the watchtower. Someone had already killed the sentinels. Moreover, This explained the smell of blood that Vincent had perceived earlier. The battle had already taken place. The boy immediately ran further, annoyed at losing all his opponents so quickly. While Viola smiled condescendingly, Vincent's butler asked Jenon if he explained the situation to his lady. But the latter calmly denied it. That raised questions in the man, surprised by Viola's insight, and Jenon advised him not to analyze, but accept it. Deciding to follow the young master, the butler retired, leaving Viola and Jenon alone. The butler asked the lady if he should accompany her, and upon hearing the refusal, inquired the reason. Viola said that on the way she noticed tracks of a boy around 12 years old, clearly skilled in pursuing. She added that if the boy only made it that far, he was motivated by hatred, and Jenon loudly pointed out that he could already be dead. The girl smiled, assuring him that he wasn't dead, as she perfectly knew that it was Tundra, the protagonist of the story. She pointed out to Jenon the absence of signs of struggle inside the houses, indicating that the outsider did not manage to fully take revenge. His analysis amazed the butler again, who smiled silently, marveling as he watched her. Approaching another house, the girl said they would see inside, and pulled the rusty wooden handle. The two entered and found a young boy huddled in the corner, trembling with his arms crossed. Viola looked at him and froze in surprise, as she did not expect at all what she saw. The black-haired boy, watching her cautiously, looked too familiar, which generated more questions. He looked too much like the twin from her spectral past, the man from Han Aaron's life. The girl was paralyzed by shock, understanding that the protagonist of the novel and that man from her past life had the same face. Several assumptions filled Viola's mind, and uncertainly, she took a step forward with trembling legs to verify her suspicion. Tundra gripped the knife in his hand with fear and shouted, threatening her not to come closer. Viola ignored his attacks and approached, kneeling in front of the stranger. She was too absorbed in her unease. Confused, the boy began to ask what she was doing when Viola lifted the cuff of his trousers to examine his leg. Her assumption was confirmed, and the girl, staring intently at Tundra's skin, tried to understand why both were so similar. A long time ago, in her past life, she noticed that a boy had triangle-shaped moles on his left leg. She found it interesting. She commented that now she could recognize him just by that feature. Then that person, Kan Han-chun, whom she called older brother Han-chun, smiled, asking if it was really so. The boy was 5 years older than Han Aaron and was a good support for her, who grew up in an orphanage. However, the day he turned 19, Han-chun decided to introduce Han Aaron to another person from his life. He introduced her as his girlfriend, and at that moment, Han Aaron's heart seemed to break. That night, she fell asleep with tears in her eyes, as she understood that Han-chun was not just like a close friend to her. Time passed, and upon reaching adulthood, the girl finally decided to confess her feelings to him in a private meeting. She waited a long time for Han-chun at the agreed spot, but couldn't tell him anything. She had to bury Han-chun, who died that day in an accident, forever in her heart. But now, in the world of the romance, in Viola's body, she saw a twin of her deceased lover. And she wondered how he got there. Not caring about the fear reflected on the girl's face, Tundra coldly asked if she was the boss's daughter. The boy fixed his gaze firmly on hers, waiting for an answer. His black eyes did not deviate for a second. Suddenly, Viola's head spun. She felt uncomfortable and remained motionless, unable to move. Tundra repeated his question insistently, determined to find out who she was. But Viola uttered no word, hypnotized. His eyes drew her in. They drew closer and closer, pressing her with their darkness and pure danger. Jenon, watching from the side, was surprised by his lady's state. He had never seen her like this. The black-haired boy jumped up and threatened to put a knife to her throat, demanding that they take him to the bandit leader. This situation made the butler feel a little disappointed. His lady made such a silly mistake and allowed herself to be attacked. But in the next instant, the girl warned with furious threat in her voice that the boy had pointed a knife at her, making Tundra tense. Viola turned around and looked at him with piercing red eyes, conveying a deadly threat with her mere presence. Jenon smiled relievedly. That girl could not be mistaken. Now Lady Beratu would show her true face. Tundra didn't even have time to react when the girl executed with a precise movement and calculated the blow. Just an instant and he was on the ground, screaming in pain and having dropped his weapon to the floor. As Biole stood over him, the girl pressed her useless body against the floor with one foot. She called him an insignificant one, while he could only clench his fist. Then Biole aimed her own weapon at his face, forcing him to worry deeply about his situation. Biole asked with a mocking smile what would happen if she applied a little more force. Her entire demeanor conveyed excitement. Meanwhile, Narration tried to understand what was happening to her body, supposing that the real Biole had regained control. She inwardly begged Tundra to stop Biole as soon as possible. She did not like the current situation at all. Despite her wishes, the boy opened his fists. He was surrendering, and Narration didn't understand why he was doing it, which she didn't like. The revelation hit her instantly, overcoming Viole's control. She understood that Tundra probably didn't care about surrendering now. Narration remembered that feeling. It had happened to her once, when she tried to take her own life by jumping off a roof. She understood what Tundra was feeling now, but she couldn't let him die of hopelessness. Definitely not with Han Yung's face. Back then, Han Yung always supported her, so this time it was Han Aaron's turn to stand by his side to repay her debt. Her body moved again, obeying the girl's will. She realized she was no longer tied to the actions of the real Biole. She got up from the defeated boy's body and turned to Zenon, who praised her for the way she had handled everything. According to him, the lady deliberately showed her weakness to the enemy to execute her plan, which impressed Zenon. The girl's thoughts were completely away from his conclusions. She understood that those actions were not hers, but the real Viole's. All that remained was for her to be happy that she had woken up before hurting Tundra, so much like the deceased Henruna. Without making comments, Biole stated that she liked the boy, so she planned to make him her toy. Later, upon returning to the Winter Palace, Tundra, tied up in chains, was thrown to the floor of a lit room. Henan asked what to do now, and Biole ordered him to act so that she would enjoy watching this boy. The obedient butler collected the mana shining with blue light to use it. Ignoring his whim, the energy surrounded the unconscious young man and lifted him up. Holding him upright, Biole praised the butler for his work and told him to leave. But Jenon asked what she planned to do next. Following her line of acting, Biole declared that the dog had bitten her, so it deserved punishment. The butler reminded her of the Winter Palace rules, but bowed obediently, and promised to act as if he knew nothing. When Jenon left, Biole turned her attention to the boy, ready to start with the next step. Her hands sweated with uncertainty about what to do now, as she had brought Tundra to save him. She considered how to punish the boy, since in Beratu, punishment had only one definition: quite cruel. Biole didn't know if she would be able to hit the protagonist, especially now that he looked so much like Hanjuna. While reflecting on the situation, the boy began to regain consciousness, forcing Biole to control herself. He opened his eyes lazily, trying to understand where he was, and his attempt to speak was silenced by the bandage on his face. Suddenly realizing, he immediately sat up and reflexively tried to free himself from the restraints. Asking what that was, Tundra, full of anger, tried to shout words of revenge threats, but all his words remained muffled. His behavior led the girl with a clouded mind to understand that this man was not Hanjun. They only shared the appearance. Biole addressed the prisoner, ordering him to listen to her. She said that Tundra attacked the bandits without thinking, but only killed 2. She added that the boy was wounded and trembling with fear, hiding in a corner, without managing to confirm his sister's death. Tundra was surprised that the girl knew his sister, and became furious again when Biole called him a coward. And defeated, the boy was annoyed thinking that such a noble lady could not understand him. But Biole suddenly told him that she had gone through the same thing. She told him that she had been an orphan before, who was recently adopted, becoming Biole Beratu. That explained why, according to her, she could understand him better than anyone else after suddenly losing her entire family. Viola promised to stand by him, and her words brought tears to the suffering Tundra's face. The boy, confused by what was happening. He didn't understand why his vision was suddenly blurred by tears. Large drops fell at his feet. The girl asked him to calm down and assess the situation clearly. She informed him that she had avenged his enemies and saved his life. She pointed out that even though Tundra had grown up in the forest, he should know how to behave, and the boy nodded silently in agreement. That pleased the girl, who condescendingly commented that now the boy was willing to listen to her. A few minutes later, Tundra was already free from chains and sitting in an armchair across from Viola, learning about the current situation. When Viola finished explaining, she asked the boy if he understood the situation he was in now. And Tundra nodded. He had previously asked the girl why she wanted to help him, and Viola remembered that she had no one she trusted in that house. She told him she needed someone she trusted, whom she had chosen as Tundra. But the boy still didn't understand why precisely him. Viola smiled encouragingly and held out her hand, saying she liked Tundra's gaze. That's why he would stand by her side. He didn't quite understand what Viola meant by that, but her words left an impression on him, and the desire to hold out his hand in return. Their hands intertwined in a grip, and the girl asked Tundra to grow into a worthy person, that she would be on his side. In reality, the words that she liked his gaze were completely false. His eyes were cold, unlike Hanjuna's. The girl supposed that Tundra might suspect her, considering the reason for her help absurd, since he was a very rational boy. The boy truly still didn't understand the reason Viola had mentioned, but he knew it was his only chance. He restated the girl's requirement, which was that in front of others he had to become her faithful dog. Viola confirmed that this was what she expected. Tundra had to become her dog, or in other words, her personal toy. Here in Beratu, it was the only way to keep Tundra close. That's how she could avoid restrictions. She also reminded him that he had attacked her. And in Beratu, they do not forgive dogs that bite their master. Viola explained that this is why she had to punish Tundra, but the boy noticed a certain contradiction in the girl. Although Viola seemed cold, her gaze remained warm and familiar. That's why her words didn't sound sincere now. The boy repeated his words about Beratu and pointed out that she sounded very sad, but quickly changed the subject. He asked Viola if they had possibly met before, but the girl denied his assumption, perplexed. Instead, she added that when the situation calmed down, they would go together to Tundra's house to give his father rest. In the novel, the boy never buried his father, which became his greatest regret. That's why this time, Viola decided to help him. His emotion deeply moved her. And although he tried not to show it, his eyes and nose turned red from the tears threatening to come out. He was very grateful to Viola and was willing to do what she had mentioned before. He expressed it and got up from the chair. Viola accepted his determination and also stood up, ordering the boy to sit on the floor. In the center of the room, Tundra obeyed without talking back, and soon the girl approached him, immediately warning him that the punishment would be painful. The boy replied indifferently that he was ready, adding that Viola could hit him as much as she wanted. And he turned around. Viola said she would do exactly that. The girl gripped the whip in her hands and, maintaining character, with a contemptuous smile, she ordered Tundra not to forget to scream with style. The sharp sounds of the blows resonated loudly in the girl's well-furnished room. Breaking the silence, Tundra let out sounds of pain when another lash hit him, and Viola felt a knot in her stomach because of it. But she firmly continued to avoid suspicion, sure that Jenon was listening to everything from the next room. At one point, before the next blow, a cheerful child's voice addressed to Viola interrupted her actions. Vincent ran towards her while laughing and asked if she was playing like this with her doll. And the girl explained that it was part of the upbringing process. When asked why he came, the boy replied that he was interested in how she played with the doll, which made Violetta tense up. The girl feared Vincent would suspect something, but he was only interested in whether Violetta would apply ointment to that boy. She loudly doubted if it was important, but the Duke's son flatly stated that she should not apply ointment to the doll. His words only caused more confusion in the girl, and Vincent asserted that he would kill the boy if she smeared him with ointment. Their argument continued in the same way, making Tundra, the subject of the conversation who might have been affected, tense. Vincent declared that he was his brother, so one way or another, he would kill the doll if Violetta smeared it with ointment. The useless stubbornness exhausted the girl, who informed him that it was none of his business. Violetta looked at him seriously and reminded him of the consequences if he touched something that belonged to her. And Vincent sulkily fell quiet. The girl asked him to give a valid reason not to use the ointment on the doll. And Vincent began to mumble, blushing. After overcoming his shyness, with a flushed face, he asserted that he was the first one. That's why Violetta shouldn't apply ointment to others. His argument proved useless, and Violetta asked him if he understood that now he was only insisting for no reason. But Vincent remained firm. Then the girl reminded him that the Beratus were a rational family, and scared him by telling him that his behavior disappointed her. Violetta threatened him by demanding a logical explanation she could understand or face the consequences. She asserted that, in case of a bad outcome, she would never use ointment on Vincent again, which greatly scared the boy. He emphatically stated, insisting once more that this time he would forgive Viola as an exception. He made a gesture with his hand, irritated, and ordered her to do whatever she wanted, leaving angrily. And disgruntled, leaving the girl with that statement. Finally, he grimly announced that when Viola turned 10, he would really kill her. Although he left with that statement, while walking, Vincent wondered if he should really kill Viola. His mother had told him it was necessary for Beratu, but in reality, he had no intention of killing that girl. Viola didn't understand Vincent's feelings, nor why he was so obsessed with the ointment. But she decided to leave it for now. Now Tundra's condition was much more important to her. The boy breathed with difficulty, enduring the pain after the cruel punishment. According to Viola, enough injuries for Beratu, so she decided they could end it here. And she called Jenan. She announced that she was done. She ordered them to clean up and leave the boy while he rested, and the butler obeyed without talking back. The butler looked at the battered Tundra, assessing his injuries, and concluded that Viola had tortured the boy enough. Now the boy who didn't take his eyes off her until the end was just a puppet for his lady. Jenan noted with satisfaction that everything had been done as befits a Lady Beratu. But one detail remained. The butler remembered that the boy had pointed a knife at the lady, and if she hadn't been so generous, Jenan would have eliminated him long ago. Viola fully sensed the hostility emanating from Jenan and recalled a scene of Viola's test in the book. For Beratu, generosity is a luxury permitted only to the ruler, and in Viola's case, it is foolishness and weakness. It was a test from Jiran, which Viola could not ignore, and she called the butler. With dark determination, the girl ordered Jenan to follow her and led him to another place. She put herself at his level and gave him a hard slap that disconcerted him. Viola told Jenan that testing Beratu like this was fine, but he should do it more discreetly. She proudly stated that it was just a disgusting feeling, thinking about the too strong blow. The girl disdainfully asked if Jenan considered her foolish for acting that way, and the butler immediately apologized. He offered to hand over his hand as an apology, but Viola objected that it was not necessary. Confused and sighed. Seeing no other option, Jenan proposed with sincere determination to give his life instead. Viola had to remind him that in that case, he wouldn't be able to work for her. And without a hand, the butler's efficiency would decrease. Instead, she ordered the man to think before speaking from now on. And Jenan accepted his instruction with his mission. At that moment, he was wrong to admire that Viola controlled her madness, being very rational for a child. His conclusions were based on the fact that if she hadn't used mana for defense, her facial bone would have been broken by the blow. Before, when the girl threw the quill at Vince, it also contained mana, which pierced the protective mana layer of the Duke's son. Only for that reason, the quill thrown then managed to leave a mark on the boy's cheek. All this meant that Biole had amazing natural talent for handling mana at a high level. But Jenon decided to ask the lady why she had brought him, and if it was to preserve her authority in front of the girl's toy. Biole confirmed it without a doubt, justifying it by saying that at this moment, Jenon was her only confidant. The administrator thanked him, thinking that Beratu would not have acted like this, but for some reason felt pleased with her gesture. He addressed the lady again, stating that he sincerely began to think how magnificent it would be if Biole possessed Beratu. His revelation deeply shocked the girl, surprised that the slap had such a strong effect. And strange. Nevertheless, she forced herself to look satisfied, aware that everything in this household was truly not in their minds. A few days later, Biole watched as Tundra built the tomb for his dead father. Prostrating before him, she offered her grieving son a white farewell flower to honor his father. The boy didn't understand what it was for, and Biole explained that he should place it on the tomb. The young man took the flower in his hands, looking at her with eyes reddened by tears. As a farewell, he asked his dad not to worry and placed the flower next to the humble epitaph. That was an eternal farewell. And Tundra wished his father a peaceful rest in heaven, while Biole fulfilled her promise. After that, justifying the need to curry favor with his dignity, the girl ordered that Tundra be assigned a suitable room. She let him rest until she called him, and Tundra sincerely thanked his mistress. Thus, the young man became Viole's faithful dog. But another matter remained to be resolved. Biole realized after several occasions that there was something special about the prolonged eye contact with Tundra, or in his touches. These things strongly triggered the appearance of the real Biole. This remained an urgent problem, as it could not be allowed for the authentic Biole to take control of the body. Tundra noticed that her attitude towards him had changed, but he didn't understand why. The next time Vincent received a penalty, Zenon reported it to the lady. Biole returned to her room, worried about the boy and determined to help him. She was surprised to see what was happening inside. In the center of the room, next to the unconscious young man, was a red-haired woman. She turned around. She noticed Biole had returned and said that Vincent was waiting for her. The woman finally introduced herself to Biole, and the girl immediately recognized her as Isabella, although she didn't understand why she was there. Duchess Isabella was second in authority and power in Beratu, after Duke Beratu, with whom she maintained a political marriage. There is no love between them, but they are loyal to each other. Biole, upon reading, recognized the character by her appearance and bowed in a curtsy, greeting her courteously. Isabella noticed it and pointed out that Biole must be studying hard, something the girl agreed with. A powerful force emanated from that woman, which was disorienting. But Biole had no choice but to move forward. Isabella noticed her insight, asking if it was because Viole's father was a low-class man. The woman coldly observed that her son was good, but lacked wickedness, as he was born into a noble family and grew up in comfort. Biole clearly stated that under those words, Isabella meant that she was not worthy of being Vincent's friend due to her origin. The Duchess smiled disdainfully, saying that Biole thought correctly, but the meaning of her words was different. The true meaning was the desire to give white flowers to her arrogant daughter, which made Biole sad. Isabella expressed her insecurity that a girl from the lower classes would understand the meaning of her words, and clarified that white flowers are placed on graves. Biole corrected the Duchess, saying she was not from the lower classes, but poor. But she didn't grasp the difference. To the woman's surprise, Biole said there was a difference, and one could be poor, but noble and vice versa. The girl reported that even the poor honor the deceased. The Duchess called it an irrational expense on her part, and Biole said she understood her logic. But she also stated that not even the poor would do to their own child what Isabella does. The woman didn't like it. She said something about how she loved her son, that it was none of the stranger's business. Biole asked if she was really a stranger. Calling her mother, the girl reminded the Duchess that they were now brother and sister. Looking closely, Biole noticed that, fortunately, the boy was already recovering. According to the new marks on his neck, Isabella used poison on him. The woman warned Violetta not to cross the line, but the latter retorted that her mother had already done so. She recalled that every child under 10 has the right to protection in the Winter Palace, which means Isabella violated the law. Despite that reprimand, the Duchess stated that punishment is the norm. She said that the suitor for Beratu's heirs must not have soft thoughts, and Violetta must know it. It was a lesson for her son so he wouldn't slack off, but Violetta didn't take it well. The girl addressed Jenon, making sure he had the magical recording device, and ordered him to start recording. As soon as the butler took out the device, the Duchess grabbed him by the neck with her hand and squeezed it. Her actions surprised Violetta. It was faster than the girl could follow. Isabella ordered the butler Jenon to stop acting, but the man calmly apologized, indicating that he obeyed only his lady's orders. Violetta noticed that the woman understood the mistake of her actions when trying to stop the butler. Jenon asked if he should continue recording, noticing that blood was already coming out of his neck under Isabella's grip. The girl allowed him to stop, saying she could not lose her butler. As soon as he stopped acting, the woman let go of Jenon. She noticed how daring Violetta turned out to be and said she would watch her at the welcome dinner. Violetta thanked her for the greeting, but realized something else. Vincent had already woken up, which meant he also discovered that Isabella's actions were incorrect. The girl turned to her brother, asking him if it was so. Without waiting for his answer, Violetta leaned towards the boy, ordering him not to move so she could apply the ointment. Isabella, the Duchess, remained silent, observing this with indifference. She told Jenon that everything was developing very interestingly, and the butler confirmed it. Isabella asked if he had really decided to be the butler to the sixth lady, but he replied neutrally that it was his duty. The Duchess was left with nothing to say and decided not to try to find out what that man really thought. The attention of both adults focused on Vincent, who was regaining consciousness, and on Violetta, who was helping him. The girl was very worried about her brother's wounds, which were too deep. She understood that it was no longer love, but obsession and violence on Isabella's part. Vincent complained that the ointment was burning him, but the girl told him not to exaggerate, and continued applying it. Violetta remembered that when he was hit, he endured the pain well, and the boy obediently fell. Afterward, she asserted that she should be the one to break him, and if he suffered, she preferred it to be by her hands. The girl asked why Vincent thought that way, and he replied that he simply desired it. The boy ordered Biole not to die by others' hands, as he had to kill her personally. It seemed like a peculiar way of expressing love from Vincent, but Biole didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Letting it go, she finished applying the magic ointment. Vincent's wounds were already starting to heal. The girl suggested putting Vincent to bed, as he slept poorly. When asked where she knew that from, Biole lied, saying from the family tree, since all her knowledge came from the novel. Jenon confirmed the girl's words, reporting, to Vincent's surprise, that his poor sleep quality was a known fact among the palace servants. Now the boy was more interested in how Biole planned to put him to sleep. He began to make different suppositions, from sleeping pills to poison and drugs. But Biole denied them all. The girl, for the first time, simply laid him on the bed, already tired of his questions. Vincent remained motionless, waiting and anticipating what Biole would do next. He noticed that the girl's hands were very small and her wrists thin. Anger took hold of him, thinking that others could also mistreat Biole, as small as she was. Meanwhile, the girl sadly thought that she couldn't put Vincent to sleep in the usual way. She decided to use the method used in the original book. Violetta leaned over and threateningly ordered Vincent not to relax. Otherwise, he would feel like killing her. Hearing those words, the boy immediately felt sleepy. His eyes began to close. The girl added that Vincent would die if he fell asleep, and that clearly reminded him of his mother's actions. The voice warned the boy that the enemy would kill him, while a hand squeezed his neck. After that, Vincent could barely keep his eyes open. Violetta observed the boy for a moment longer, and he fell asleep. Since childhood, Vincent had been subjected to that training by Duchess Isabella. He endured it and, exhausted, finally fell asleep. That lasted for several years. That's why, when his mother stopped coming at night, Vincent developed severe insomnia. Violetta felt sorry for him and wished him good night, ready to leave. But the boy took her hand and asked her not to leave, surprising Violetta. He was crying in his sleep and pleading sadly for her to stay by his side. He was scared. It pained her heart. Vincent was completely alone, and she felt very sorry for him. Violetta wiped away his tears, begging him not to cry and allowing him to keep holding her hand. The girl didn't even realize when she fell asleep next to her brother, unable to leave him. Upon waking up next time, Violetta opened her eyes upon hearing someone call her. She woke up in her bed and asked sleepily what time it was, turning out to be almost 4. In midnight, Jenon informed the lady that her performance had been excellent, which immediately woke up Viola. The girl worried, thinking that Jenon had seen her fear of Isabella and would now decide to kill her. But instead of the expected, Jenon mentioned that the lady's gaze brimmed with bloodlust. He asked her why, despite that. Viola kept feigning affection or a dejected appearance. Jenon knew that people born under an unlucky star never appear dejected. And that intrigued him. The butler concluded that Viola had deliberately acted that way in front of the Duchess. Now he wished to discover the reason, so he asked the girl directly. Viola tried to answer, but realizing there was nothing to fear, sleep overcame her again. The girl's sight blurred, and she decided she couldn't continue like this. She urgently needed sleep, so she communicated it to the butler, leaving the question unresolved. This left him perplexed. He couldn't believe she had left everything like that. He needed those details for a report close to the Duke, but he didn't wake the lady again. He looked at the sleeping girl, angelic, and brushed a messy strand of hair from her face. Although it might have been inappropriate of him, he thought Viola was very adorable when sleeping. As he left, Jenon turned off the light and said that those who handle Manhwa well cannot help, but know how to control their sleep. Therefore, the butler decided it was a test the lady had left him, and he promised to try to pass it. A fire burned in the fireplace of the luxurious room, warming the space. The gray-haired butler held the prepared clothes in his hands, awaiting his master's appearance. The man, emerging from the bathroom, immediately put on the prepared kimono and exhaled. Butler Carlton approached and, with displeasure, warned that if Lady Rael were alive, she wouldn't like this. He remembered how she always complained that Duke Jeron always left the bathroom like this, and he feared he would get sick. The Duke, like an echo, repeated Rael's name and immersed himself in his memories of past days. That young woman was the only person in his entire life whom the Duke loved with all his heart and soul, despite the Duke's assurances that, thanks to protective mana, he wouldn't get sick. Rael always worried about him. She repeated that she worried even about the slightest possibility of Jeron catching an illness. The man placed his hand on his heart and asked if that warmth wasn't enough. Caressing her tenderly, he told her that looking after her health was truly Rael's destiny. He begged her not to forget him, conscious that the young woman was gravely ill. And in the end, Rael sadly passed away 15 years ago. Jeron yearned for her caresses, not intentionally tying his kimono after showering. And at some point, it became a habit. Carlton approached the relaxed man, asking permission to announce his schedule for the day. But first, he reported that Jenon had recently arrived wishing to personally present a report to the Duke about his pupil. A little later, Jeron was enjoying a cup of tea while listening to Jenon's report. He found it interesting that Isabella feared Violetta, as the butler revealed. Jenon wanted to correct him, but the Duke mentioned that Isabella reported everything to him, although she didn't mention the girl. Carlton supposed the Duchess considered it a trifle, but Jeron replied that it wasn't so. If even in those circumstances Isabella mentioned nothing, it showed that she feared this 7-year-old girl. That amused the Duke. Even Carlton noticed his cheerful expression. The butler knew that after his lady's death, Jeron had lost all his emotions and focused exclusively on work. And now, for the first time in a long time, he was smiling. Finally, someone who interested the Duke had appeared. Jiran began to talk about his 7-year-old stepdaughter, who knows how to manipulate others using masks. Realizing this, Jenon promised that the Duke would not regret meeting the lady in person. The Duke noted that Jenon seemed sure of his words, and the butler confirmed it, recalling that the lady had subjected him to a test. Usually it is the butlers who hesitate and verify the skills of the heir candidates. But this situation was unusual. Intrigued, Jiran asked when the welcome dinner would take place, and Carlton reminded him that there were 3 days left. After this, the Duke discovered that he had a gap in his schedule tomorrow before that. Upon learning this, Jiran told the butler that he would arrive tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, which motivated Henan. Before leaving, the butler decided to add an important detail, omitted in the official report. It was Jenon's personal opinion, and Jiran allowed him to mention this unusual part. Bowing his head, the butler stated seriously that Lady Viola is very cute. This statement left Carlton and Duke Beratu perplexed. They didn't even know how to react. Jenon added that the lady's tenderness does not fit Beratu, but that she represents Beratu more than anyone. Jiran considered it a useless assessment, and Carlton mentally registered it. Upon saying goodbye, Jiran thought that tenderness was not an important quality, but he understood why it appeared in the unofficial report. The next day, she saw the unhappy selection of dresses, but she didn't like any of the proposed ones. Jenon, beaming, commented that those dresses were fashionable and that the lady would look very pretty in them. The girl dismissed everything, believing it was some strange test, and attention constantly pursued her. But if Viola had been a cute character from the beginning, she could have behaved like this, and won the family's love easily. The girl noticed Jenon writing something, and he told her he was taking note of Viola's aversion to dresses. He considered it his personal mistake for not having found clothes that the lady liked. In the end, the girl chose a light dress that she found the most comfortable and decided to wear it. When the girl's carriage arrived at the location, the butler offered her his hand to help her down. The man seemed very happy, and Viola tried to understand what he was plotting with this sudden date. In the end, she got tired of thinking about it and decided to focus on the place they had arrived at. They turned out to be in Azuleja, a place where the most delicious egg tarts were sold, which immediately filled the girl with joy. Seeing all the prepared desserts, she could no longer resist this promising date. The sweets conquered her. Every time those legendary tarts appeared in the book, the girl dreamed of trying them. And now she could finally do it. Viola brought the dessert close to her expectant mouth, ready to taste it and fulfill her old desire. The texture and taste immersed Viola in ecstasy. She was happy to have enjoyed it so much. Everything was exactly as described in the book. So perfect that Jenon had to remind Viola about the tea. But suddenly, something strange distracted the girl. She noticed that it was too quiet around her. She didn't understand why everything around her had fallen into a reverent tremor while she enjoyed the dessert. The reason approached her, making Viola open her mouth in surprise. She couldn't believe what she saw. In front of the girl stood Duke Jiran himself, projecting with his mere presence dignity and greatness. Viola became internally nervous, thinking she should get up immediately to greet him. She was torn between the need to compose herself and the immense desire to finish the egg tart she held in her hands. Those desserts looked so delicious that Violetta wanted to eat them all in one bite. Even in her other life, when visiting a pastry shop, Hannarin couldn't resist licking her lips when seeing sweets. She dreamed of eating as many desserts as she wanted, but now Duke Jiran was in front of her. The other customers looked at the girl in stunned surprise at her behavior. Unable to resist, she finished eating the most delicious tart she still held in her hand. Happiness completely flooded her, even surpassing the reason that had ordered her to postpone eating desserts. People began to murmur confusedly, wondering who this girl was and why she was acting like that in front of the great Duke. Violetta became hysterical realizing her mistake, but her body wouldn't respond. Desire overcame her upbringing. She glared furiously at Jenon, who had brought her to this inopportune meeting by deceiving her. The customers kept gossiping, expecting trouble. But Duran silenced them all with a gesture. Violetta feigned indifference. She knew that greeting now would only make things worse. She knew her favorite character better than anyone, so she silently watched as he sat across from her. This time, the girl could even see Duran in more detail. He was so handsome that he surpassed many celebrities. Violetta greeted the Duke, thinking that now she understood the reason for the book about conquering that man existing. Duran asked the reason for Viola's intent gaze, and she asked him if it was inappropriate to look at her future father. He replied yes, gestured for the butler, and the girl asked him why he thought so. Showing an official document, the Duke corrected the girl, saying that he was no longer her future father, but her current father. Viola was given the document stating that since yesterday she was the Duke's daughter, and her chest felt warm. But the girl quickly remembered that Duran didn't like submissive children, so she shamelessly asked if she should thank him. The man said it would be nice, but Viola asked him why again. The Duke pointed out that she asked that question too many times, but Viola's attention was no longer on him. She got distracted again by the most delicious tarts and prepared to eat another one. The Duke looked at her with disapproval, clearly annoyed by such careless behavior. The girl noticed it and composed herself, wondering why she was suddenly eating the dessert again. Recovering, she offered Duran a tart, saying they were delicious. The man asked if it hurt her to do so, and, seeing her nod, asked why she was doing it if that was the case. The girl's argument turned out surprisingly warm, according to her, simply because Duran was her dad. Without saying anything, the Duke extended his hand, making Viola tense up a bit. But all the man did was carefully wipe the cream off her face that she had left after eating the egg tart. Duran stated that it was the first time he had seen a Beratu eat so carelessly, and ordered Janan to teach the girl manners. He also addressed Violetta, asking why she didn't bow as a sign of respect, as everyone in the Winter Palace does. But the girl asked if that was what her father wished, and added that if so, she would also express her respect in that way. She felt that her father did not wish it. And upon hearing this, Duran, surprised by the answer, stood motionless. He asked her if it really seemed that way to her, and she calmly and confidently confirmed it. The girl's words, that if her father didn't wish it, she wouldn't do it, made Duran sink into memories. His lover, Rael, would hug him and ask him the same question. If he wished her to act that way, and Duran admitted that it was not so. Now the Duke mentioned that Jenan had told him about the masks a 7-year-old girl uses to manipulate her interlocutor. He acknowledged that it was a good choice for Viola if she wished to become ruler, especially considering the lack of blood relation to Beratu. But Duran coldly pointed out that her current mask was incorrect, as Beratu must behave like Beratu. Despite this, Viola turned to him, saying that her request for Duran to be her real father was serious. That's why now Viola, with all sincerity and affection, placed her hand on her heart and asked the Duke to take care of her. For a moment, her deceptive appearance and touching behavior hypnotized him. His actions were stopped by Carlton, who stated that this behavior was not appropriate for a Beratu lady, so she should be more careful. The Duke reacted no further. He just pulled back his chair and rose from the table. The man decided his meeting was over, and before leaving, told Viola they would see each other at the welcome dinner. This time, Viola also stood up and bowed in a curtsy, politely saying goodbye to the Duke and wishing him a good journey. As soon as her father left, the girl could exhale, hoping everything had gone well, since she had used Duran's emotional appeal. From a special episode of the romance, Viola knew that, in reality, Duran secretly raised adorable hedgehogs, and he was weak towards cute things. Viola's appearance was far from adorable, so she approached him using emotional appeal. The Duke himself, already seated in the carriage, reflected on the fact that Jenon's report was completely reliable in all aspects. In his opinion, today Viola had perfectly hidden her madness and put on the mask of a child who knew nothing, which raised many questions in the reserved and serious man. That's why he turned to Carlton, asking if all children were the same as Viola. with such soft cheeks? The butler replied, perplexed, that yes, that's why the delicate skin of children could be hurt even by a dull knife. Because of that question, Carlton thought the Duke wanted to cut the girl because of her bad manners, even though she was under 10 years old. But Haran asked another question: if all children acted like Viola when getting messy while eating. Believing that was the reason, Jenon considered her adorable. The Duke was intrigued by the fact that the child used masks and strategies were applied to him, which sparked a genuine interest in him. Hearing this, Carlton could in no way understand what was happening and why the Duke was so strange today. After a while, Viola returned to her room, changed, and dismissed the maids who had helped her. She dropped tiredly onto the bed. Thinking about how today she had gone through hell and paradise, it was exhausting. The question of why Jeron went to the pastry shop tormented her, and that Jenon's report had prompted him to do so. Furthermore, the butler followed her all day as if glued, showing his smile more intensely than usual. What Biole knew from the book was insufficient. She needed to work harder. That's why she ordered Tundra to be called. The boy arrived quite quickly at his mistress's call, whom she finally needed after some time. Noticing his arrival, Biole couldn't help thinking that the boy was an exact copy of a 12-year-old Hanjung. To the kind inquiry about his condition, Tundra obediently replied that he felt much better now. So now she could get to the point. Vaya asked the boy if he knew why it was necessary for him to be there, and the boy obediently replied that he must become the owner's dog. Upon confirming this, Vaya slowly brought him down from the seat to get closer to Tundra, who awaited the continuation. She told the attentive boy that she needed a dog, more precisely, a well-trained dog with sharp teeth. As she approached, Vaya asked him about his teeth. That is, what weapon did he master best? While the boy tried to find an answer due to Viole's strange behavior, she examined his outstretched hand. The contact did not provoke any signs of the real Viole, which was good, but the girl tried to discover the limits. She ran her hand over Tundra, checking the touch on his back, while telling the boy that his muscles were well developed. Tundra found what was happening uncomfortable, but listened to her reasoning about his animal fur clothes not being resistant to the cold. Finally, Viole concluded mentally that without hugs everything was fine, and aloud pointed out that in the southern lands, Tundra moved over rough terrain. Continuing the conversation, she said that due to the presence of bandits, his home was not safe. So she and her father hunted in the mountains. From this, it was deduced that if Tundra was the son of a hunter, he probably used a bow as a weapon. The girl pointed out that he had calluses on his index and middle fingers, probably from the bow. But Tundra was distracted. He felt a strange and odd feeling, as if he had seen the owner somewhere before, although it seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Viola finished her examination, convinced that not even gestures of the hand posed a danger to her. Besides, she remembered that Rickson, who would later become Tundra's master, had said something important. The man observed all of Tundra's strengths, which fit perfectly for him to use the sword like this. Knowing this, Viola confidently asserted that Tundra should train with the sword, not with a bow and arrow. The boy tried to reply that he had never held a sword, and the girl nodded, saying that he simply didn't have the chance. The reason is that swords are expensive, and mastering them requires a systematic approach, something difficult for those who are not aristocrats. However, the girl pointed out that Tundra was now the dog of Biole Beratu, so the situation had changed. Viola asserted that she didn't need an ignorant dog about its teeth, so Tundra had to train with the sword for his own good. She added that she needed a skilled sword-wielding hunting dog, so she would introduce him to an excellent master. His words and determination made Tundra stand motionless, stunned, not knowing how to react. Viola, for her part, stared fixedly into his eyes, counting seconds in another attempt to assess her own limits. After 5 seconds, she felt dizzy, but the boy suddenly looked away, interrupting the experiment. Tundra blushed, clearly embarrassed by something, and Viola thought the reason must be the boy's puberty. He addressed the girl insecurely, forcing an awkward apology for what he was about to say. Being extremely direct, He asked if daughters of noble families always touched men so freely. The boy was clearly completely embarrassed. But although he looked cute, Biole, being 21, did not see him as a man. So, to avoid a dilemma, she declared that Tundra was a dog and patted his head as if he were a real pet. Upon declaring he was male, the boy said he understood, confusing Biole with his statement. He began to kneel, swearing that he would master the sword and sharpen his teeth to become a worthy man. All of Tundra's thoughts were occupied by the question of whether the owner would pat his head again. If he studied hard, he really liked that Biole acknowledged him as a man. He decided he would do everything possible for it. The boy leaned towards the owner's feet, like a submissive deer caught by respect and gratitude towards Biole. A deep shock overwhelmed the girl by his actions. She was completely desperate for something like that. While Tundra shone, satisfied with his actions, Biole wondered if her feet smelled. It was a terrible situation. After a while, Tundra returned to his room. He was resting when a knock on the door distracted him, announcing a visitor. Jenon brought a tray with food, saying he brought the nourishment for the gentleman's toy dog. Realizing his words, the boy asked the butler to call him by his name. And he easily agreed. Placing the tray on the boy's table, the man suddenly noticed something curious that caught his attention. He picked up the manuscript with the inscription about a companion and asked Tundra what it was. The boy clarified that his father had told him to write down his dreams and read them so they would come true. But Jenon didn't understand the connection. Then Tundra asked the butler if he knew what the companions of aristocrats' dogs were called now. And the man admitted he didn't know. Clarifying the situation, Tundra said they were called companion dogs and that he had decided to become one for the lady. He sincerely stated that it was his new dream, and he hoped to fulfill it when he gained Viole's recognition. In his brightest fantasies, Tundra wished the owner would pat his head again and take his hand, as it happened that day. Jenon thoughtfully acknowledged that Tundra's desire to become a companion dog was an admirable aspiration. With all sincerity, the butler congratulated Tundra on acquiring a worthy dream and received warm gratitude in return. Meanwhile, in her room, Biole tried to understand why a strange shiver tormented her, knowing nothing of her subordinate's conversation. At night, when the sunset dawn illuminated the estate, Jenon took Biole to the Star Wing. At her own request, it was precisely in that place, the Star Wing of the Duke's palace, where the professor lived whom the girl planned to assign to Tundra. Those who can stay in the Duchy of Beratu, as guests, are mostly extremely outstanding people. And extraordinary. It was precisely such personalities to whom Rixen belonged, Duke Geron's battle companion, and Tundra's future master. This man was once called a hero for his merits and astonishing combat skills. But now everything was different. Biole asked Jenon if Rixen was now exactly like a thankless drunkard. She clarified that she had seen that information in the Star Wing notes, and the butler wondered why the lady specifically chose Rixen. The girl replied that she didn't want Tundra to be held back, and the knowledge from the romance indicated that he was the best option. Biole observed out loud that Rixen's skills were truly good, and Jenon asked where she got them from. The girl justified that she had seen him living in the poor streets, and the butler recalled an event that fit his story. Jenon thought that at that time, the lady was 3 or 4 years old, but he remembered the man's face and skill level, which was surprising. Seeing his mistress's ingenuity once more, the butler couldn't help but feel proud, which Biole missed, but the girl quickly dismissed the compliment, focused on the idea of speeding up the meeting between Rixen and Tundra and convincing the man to her side. Beaten by life resembling a tramp, the man sat on a bench, enjoying the sight of the setting sun. Joyful voices from his memories passed through his mind, which once belonged to his wife and his beloved daughter. Getting distracted, he noticed maids passing nearby, and upon seeing him, the women immediately recognized the day it was. Rixen, the Duke's old combat companion, shouted at the women with the typical lack of control of an authentic drunkard. Frightened, the maids ran away as fast as possible, which calmed the man down a little. From the side, a childish voice suddenly sounded, rhetorically asking the uncle if this behavior would bring back his deceased daughter. The drunk man turned sharply towards the source of the sound and saw a small girl along with a butler behind her. The man shouted, ordering the crazy creature to disappear and shaking a bottle as a threat demonstration. But with her usual calm, Violetta told the man that his daughter had already died, which only further enraged Rickson. He lunged towards her with the wine bottle in hand, shouting vulgar words at the motionless girl. However, halfway his hand trembled, and he stopped when his daughter's voice in his mind called out "Dad." All the anger immediately disappeared. He lowered his hand and turned away, again ordering the stranger to leave. But the girl's unexpected offer to tell about her family's murderer stunned Rickson, making him look at her again. Violetta, with her bright and mysterious eyes, clasped her hands behind her back and stated that she had seen him. Rickson stood motionless, unable to respond. The girl's words slowly, but surely reached his clouded mind. A few seconds after realizing, the man straightened up firmly. His gaze cleared and he asked, "What is it about?" Violetta couldn't help but admire that Rickson had cast off his drunkenness only with his mana, and said that she had seen the uncle's daughter. He recalled the poor district of Sven, the 11th Street, the sewer under an extremely horrible place. Furthermore, Violetta described the rather striking appearance of the young woman, adding that even when dying she believed her father would come to save her. He had really seen that touching moment with his own eyes, as he claimed. But all of that was a scene from a novel. Rickson was skeptical of Violetta's words, but she said she had been at the scene of the incident, right in the sewer. The girl added that at that time, Rickson was a hero nicknamed Orca. But the man didn't understand what she was getting at. Viola concluded her speech by pointing out that Rickson was friends with her father, the ruler of the Winter Palace. Surprising the man, this made him remember the rumors whispered by the maids about the Duke of Sven's adopted son from a poor neighborhood. He quickly understood who was in front of him. It was Viola, precisely Duke Geron's adopted daughter, and the girl confirmed it. The situation changed, forcing Rickson to become more serious and decide to listen to the girl. The man invited Viola into a dusty and messy room, apologizing, but offered her apple tea in clean cups. Genon observed that, in fact, even Rickson's invitation was an unheard-of event, something that surprised Rickson himself. He added that the hero criticized other guests daily, and he was everyone's sore spot. Finally, Genon narrowed the conversation down to the fact that Rickson hadn't received anyone in the last 3 years. But Viola asked about her father. It turned out that the Duke had assigned the room to the knight, but had never approached. It was characteristic of his favorite character. Rickson pointed out that his friend had a rather interesting daughter, and Viola, calmly sipping the tea, commented that everyone told him the same thing. Breaking the relaxed atmosphere, the girl returned to speaking about the criminal who kidnapped Rickson's family. Viola reported that there were at least 2 criminals, which made the man listen carefully to her explanations. Suddenly, he remembered that during the search for his lost daughter, he had also lost his wife. As if everything was calculated. Recalling images from the past, Viola asked if, after careful analysis, this could have been a coincidence. Rickson realized that it hadn't occurred to him before, as he wasn't in his right mind. But now, thanks to Viola, he understood everything. But the man noticed that this girl couldn't just tell him like that, so he asked what she wanted. Viola looked away, pretending to reflect and searching for the right words, the most appropriate ones. Viola's attempts were cut short by Rickson, who demanded she say everything at once, which made Viola stretch her lips into a satisfied smile. The girl reported having a dog, which surprised the man. He didn't understand where his interlocutor wanted to go. Remembering Tundra, Viola added that this dog was, at the same time, a man. Large in size, and he bit. Viola's request was to tame this dog, but Rickson didn't exactly understand what he would have to do. Then, the girl clarified that this dog had to be taught to wield a sword, which made the former knight tense up hard and categorically refuse. His reaction of total reluctance to train Tundra put Viola in a bind, something she didn't expect at all. Viola tried to press, saying she would help search for the murderer, but Rickson objected that he could find him himself. According to the novel's plot, that was true. But the girl clarified why she didn't want to fulfill his request. The man refused with a pathetic argument that he was lazy, and Viola asked him to at least meet the potential disciple. Rickson refused again. Stubborn. And then Viola decided to employ a strategy of appealing to his feelings, something her family valued highly. Viola spoke about how, when dying, his daughter desperately called out to Daddy. That's why she considered him a good person. But she was wrong. And faced with his indignation, Viola, as if giving up, asked if she should be direct and ask her uncle for help. The girl said she just wants to live, and Rickson was surprised, skeptically asking if someone was killing her. Viola reminded him that the Winter Palace is a cruel place, where the mother punishes children with whipping, and siblings wait for any opportunity to kill. She also mentioned the violent father, which immediately provoked a negative reaction in Rickson, who was indignant. It turns out the man himself grew up with a cruel father. That's why Viola decided to fully take advantage of his hatred for violence, clarifying that the father shows no interest in her since he abandoned her in this cruel place. Viola asserted that this is also violence. Appealing to his compassion, she said that Uncle understands why she went through this, but pretends otherwise. And then Rickson awakened his conscience. Viola extended her hand forward, begging the uncle to stand by her side and adding that she needs an adult she can trust. She seemed fragile and innocent, asking for his help and telling him she was completely alone in this cruel place. A simple request to take her hand made Rickson notice that the extended palm is much smaller than that of other 7-year-olds. Yielding, the man responded to her request, determined that she is truly an adorable girl. And Viola's plan succeeded. A little later, Duke Beratu was in his office, dealing with various documents related to the affairs of the duchy he runs. Despite that, all his thoughts were occupied by something different, since from their first conversation, Viola's words seemed sincere to him. The Duke remembered how the girl eagerly ate egg tarts and told him she wouldn't do anything he didn't wish. At that moment, his gaze was completely focused on the spot of cream on the girl's clean face. An unexpected sound at the office door interrupted the man's thoughts. Something was happening behind it. Butler Carlton pointed his sword at the unwanted guest, reminding Rickson of good manners. But the Duke ordered him to stop. Seeing his old friend and former battle companion like this, Beratu asked what he needed there. Without clarifying anything, Rickson stated that Beratu had a charming daughter, which left him motionless with surprise. He repeated the question, trying to clarify his intention, but Rickson only repeated with satisfaction that the girl was very pretty. Beratu coldly replied that this was not appropriate for Beratu and returned to his work, continuing with signing documents. But Rickson asked him if he remembered his old illusion, about which the Duke himself used to laugh, considering it extremely insignificant. The man remembered that, upon losing that illusion, his world collapsed and he himself became a dishonorable drunkard. The Duke asked what this was about, while arranging the papers with apparent indifference. Rickson admitted that he knew the reason why everyone in that house treated him coldly. He had tarnished the reputation of Beratu with his behavior. Handing the finished documents to the butler, Beratu noticed that Rickson understood everything quite well indeed. The other man threw a dark look at Carlton, who obediently collected the papers and carried out the task. Guessing, Rickson decided to ask Beratu why he had left him in his territory despite the problems. The Duke confirmed his suspicions that if that man had not recovered, Beratu would have killed him with his own hands. When asked how long he planned to wait, the Duke coldly announced it would be 5 years. Rickson only laughed in response, scratching his bloated stomach, and smiled as he said it was to be expected. He said this was how Beratu, his dear friend, showed him respect, and he exhaled relievedly, recognizing that Rickson had truly recovered. The man nodded and added that, although it was a bit exaggerated, he now had a new dream, which intrigued Beratu. Rickson recalled the rule about the protection and right to love for children under 10 that that they had created together. Duran frowned and asked where he wanted to go. Annoyed by the turn the conversation was taking, approaching the window, Rickson reminded his friend about Viola, his adopted daughter, and told him that he had only accepted her on paper. While enjoying the view, he stated that he planned to accept her with his heart, as Duran was not looking for the role of a father, but an heir. The Duke did not reply. He just frowned with displeasure and fell silent, but his companion did not notice. Rickson asked if he had any objections, and Duran, following his usual conduct, indifferently told him to act as he saw fit. Hearing his friend say that Viola reached out her hand, asking for help and company, Duran replied that this did not fit Berat. The man nodded, but added that it did not seem like humiliation. It was rather similar to Berat, although it differed noticeably. He observed that this girl was simply adorable, and Duran commented that his friend spoke exactly like Jenan. Ignoring that, Rickson announced he wanted to be her support and help her grow up correctly, giving her a better world. Duran replied that he could do whatever he wanted, but that only provoked an ironic smile on the ex-knight. Rickson entertained himself watching how his friend, the great Duke Duran, pretended to be indifferent to him. Considering that the conversation was over, Rickson said he would leave in that case, and he gave her a single-hand wave goodbye. Duran said nothing in response and continued his work diligently, but the aura around him ominously darkened. Finally, unable to completely control his emotions, the Duke broke his writing quill. That same night, while cleaning in the office, Carlton found 7 broken quills and tried to understand what had happened. The next day, Viola reflected on the advantages of having moved into her body, the warm sheets and the delicious food. But today, all those advantages had evaporated. She had absolutely no desire to eat in that unpleasant and dark atmosphere. She felt uncomfortable being close to Duke Duran, even being his favorite character from this novel. The man called her to the table, but he had been silent for over 10 minutes, generating excessive discomfort. Viola's thoughts were centered on the fact that the welcome dinner would take place soon, and her father suddenly invited her to dine, just the two of them. There was an established rule that the Duke did not have private meetings with the heir candidates, since it could encourage someone. Duran finally spoke, recalling that Viola used masks well and had even asked Rickson to stand by her side. She calmly confirmed it, understanding that the man had already heard about her meeting. He continued asking questions, interested in why Viola had asked Rickson to take her hand. Following the character, the girl replied that she intended to do her thing, as that idealist was easy to manipulate. Viola tried to give the most appropriate answers for this test that the man observed attentively. But observing him in turn, she noticed that Duran's behavior pattern was somehow different from what appeared in the novel. She asked if Rickson had taken her hand, and the girl again confirmed that she managed to do it. The Duke's mood changed instantly. He said grimly that one should not reach out without thinking, because a single wrong move could ruin everything. This made Viola remember that, even if Duran had changed, she couldn't relax. Leaving that aside, the Duke remained calm. He suggested continuing with dinner and picked up his silverware. The castle servants watched in silence, like wax figures and not like real people. Calm returned, and Viola started to eat, despite not even having room for a bite in her throat. There was too much food. Soon they brought dessert, figs frozen in syrup, and Viola cheered up immediately. The taste was amazing. It was the first time she tasted that fruit so deliciously prepared. Seeing her change in attitude, the Duke observed her intensely, and she noticed it. It made Viola uncomfortable, so she asked her father not to stare at her while eating, which sincerely surprised the maids and servants. The girl remembered that staring intently at someone while eating is a lack of manners, which brought memories to Duran. Rael would say the same words to him, barely asking if he would stop staring at her like that while she ate. Then Duran would just smile contentedly and keep watching, flatly stating that she was his wife. Now he pointed to Viola as his daughter, recalling that it was thanks to him that she enjoyed all the food. He added that both the little egg tarts and these figs in syrup were given by him. and no one else. In his opinion, that should be enough to show discourtesy. But the girl objected that she was not there of her own free will. Viola remembered that it was the father who brought her here of his own free will. So the question arises whether all this now deserves praise. Rael replied similarly, remembering that they married for mutual love, but Jiran still boasts. Even now, memories of those warm moments made an involuntary smile appear on Jiran's face. Softening it, he had to admit that Viola's words were true, even if they weren't very pleasant. The girl, for her part, looked at him thoughtfully, distracted by something of her own, and the Duke noticed it. He remembered that Viola had just made an observation about his discourtesy. But the girl replied that the father showed it first. Her thoughts were occupied with returning what was received, as befits a Berat. But it was also an opportunity to admire Jiran. The man fell silent, thinking he was mistaken, because a child with such behavior certainly cannot be adorable. He asked Viola if she asserted that it was self-defense on her part. Without hesitating for a moment, the girl confirmed that yes, it was self-defense, although she pronounced the last word incorrectly. Jiran was surprised, wondering if it was difficult for her to pronounce that word for now. And he repeated the correct version, aloud as an example. Viola repeated, making the same mistake, and upon receiving another correction, pronounced it syllable by syllable. Making a mistake again. The Duke ordered her to pronounce the word correctly, and she repeated it again, which made the girl angry. Since it annoyed her, unable to take it anymore, she slammed her hands on the table and repeated the word self-defense aloud, pronouncing it incorrectly again. She became furious with her own mistake. At her age, hearing mockery about her pronunciation was unbearable. With a mocking smile, Jiran informed her that Viola had no knowledge of etiquette, and that her pronunciation was bad, as if he were mocking her. He also added that she had overflowing anger, which immediately sobered her and made her calm down. Jiran noticed that she controlled it well, and the girl broke out in a cold sweat, surprised by herself. That behavior raised suspicions in the man, as Viola couldn't hide her attraction to the pomegranate. But she easily suppressed anger. Observing this, he decided that all of Viola's mistakes were just a calculated performance. The conviction settled in Jiran's mind that this child changed her masks freely and manipulated people easily. It was precisely Viola's real and terrifying image that pleased the Duke, her terrifying energy, and her barely controlled killing instinct. The man believed that this was what attracted him, not the adorable appearance she showed. He tried to convince himself mentally, either himself or Viola, while insistently watching her food. Jiran's gaze once again fixed on the girl's face covered in dessert. Absorbed in eating honey-drizzled pomegranate, the Duke barely managed to distract himself, placing his hand on the napkin and addressing Jenon, Viola's butler. He firmly recalled the need to teach the girl etiquette. However, curiously, it was precisely this careless image of Viola that was imprinted in the man's memory from that day on. The next day, early in the morning, someone knocked hard on the door of Viola's room. That alerted the girl. She was not expecting visitors, and furthermore, it wasn't in the original. The fear arose that Isabella had come. Another strong knock, and the door disintegrated into pieces, leaving a hole of considerable size. Rickson appeared in the resulting hole, clearly perplexed by what had happened. He didn't expect something like that to happen. Viola reproached him for this, and the man excused himself, saying that, due to the recovering mana, he couldn't control his strength. Sitting down in the armchair, Rickson revealed that, thanks to Viola, he had a thread regarding those whom he planned to take revenge on. This made the girl happy. As she expected, one just had to push the man in the right direction. Leaving that aside, he commented that he had heard about the girls' dinner with Jiran. He was interested in knowing what they talked about. Viola recalled with horror how she had expressed the plans to use Rickson, and feared that they had also communicated it to him. Reassured, she only mentioned the father's complaints about her lack of manners, poor pronunciation, and the hostility she radiated. Rickson just smiled, determined to reveal that, although hard to believe, Jiran was a very kind person before. Viola said she knew that, which immediately caused the man the greatest surprise. Who wished to surprise her. But the girl firmly believed in her favorite character, knowing that, even if he was a cold, handsome man. Geron raised hedgehogs. When asked why the father was mentioned, Rickson replied thoughtfully that he had a particular interest in Viola. Another calm reaction from the girl was disconcerting, but she explained that without personal interest. The Duke would not have adopted her. Rickson's anger grew even more. The 7-year-old girl's reaction to those surprising matters was too scarce. But Viola's words that she didn't like the cruel father immediately cooled the ardor of the former knight. He lit up instantly, promising that he would protect her himself. He would always be by her side and become a good and trustworthy adult for the girl. However, Viola harshly reprimanded him, first demanding that he get rid of his belly. Lamenting that a sword could get stuck there and pressuring Rickson. This made him remember why he came there, so Rickson asked where the dog he was supposed to train was. Tundra had been full of expectations for the last few days due to Viola's words. Who said she would introduce him to the fencing master. He aimed to learn the art of the sword, to become a distinguished dog, and to be close to the lady, which drove him forward. But his expectations crumbled when the boy saw Rickson. His prominent belly and the smell of alcohol inspired no confidence at all. Genon expressed that he didn't expect to see that man as a trainer, but Viola asserted that he was a good teacher. Tundra couldn't believe what he saw and heard. His legs trembled from the injustice when he understood that this man would be his instructor. In despair, the boy turned to Viola, reminding her that she had told him to learn to wield the sword and sharpen his teeth for her. He asked her if he was really just a toy that could be ignored, as his mistress had told him previously. Rickson quickly reprimanded him, advising Tundra that he knew nothing about talking to adults, which surprised the boy. The instructor decided that the first thing would be to teach him how to communicate with elders, and added that he would be strict, throwing the weapon to Tundra. The boy firmly caught the training equipment. He calmed Rickson with a look full of dark determination to prove something. The man addressed Viola, asking her to leave the dog and the trainer alone, since the scene of his training would be quite harsh. Viola commented aloud that the uncle seemed very satisfied. She liked how the situation was developing. Everything was going as it should. Rickson replied that he liked boys with that look, and Viola knew it from the book. The hero also had that look. Viola, by reminding him, made the man feel uneasy and pointed out that, although the uncle is a drunkard now, she trusts him. She, giving hope to Rickson, said warmly that she believes the uncle will be a good adult, something that should encourage him. But additionally, Viola added ironically that if he got rid of the belly, the uncle would also be quite handsome. And Rickson laughed upon hearing it. He thought with bitter regret that if his daughter were still alive, he would indeed be a good father to her. But now, instead, he could at least try for these two, so Rickson replied that he would be much more handsome. Upon returning to Tundra, he stated with determination that it was time to have a serious conversation with him about men. Upon returning home, Viola thought with relief that she felt calmer having succeeded in introducing Tundra and Rickson. However, suddenly someone stopped her in the hallway, drawing her attention. That man had a tall stature, white skin, brown hair, red lips, and he wore an elegant red suit. Viola recognized him immediately upon greeting her. He was one of the entourage of the hero Duke. That man was Seven Marcus. In the novel, he was known as a mask master who created his creations from corpses, an expert in disguise and a good manipulator. The man commented that Genon looked as attractive as ever today, and he replied with a nod. Viola asked him if he was Seven Marcus, and he was surprised that the young lady already knew him. She began to think if it wasn't the Duke who introduced him, but quickly dismissed the idea, saying that he was not such an attentive man. But Viola asked him why then he liked her father so much if he was so careless, which made Sabin stop. With a brilliant smile on his impeccable face, he replied that the Duke was a handsome man, confirming Viola's knowledge. The reason Sabin stopped here was the Duke's appearance. This is how the book described him. Jiran pressed him, ordering him not to do foolish things. But instead of killing the flirtatious Sabin, he appointed him his personal assistant. That Sabin was recognized in a world with strong discrimination against sexual minorities, showed that he was incredibly talented. Viola told the man he was more handsome than she thought, and Sabin asked if the girl knew him. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he asked what the sixth lady thought of him, adding that everyone found him repulsive. The girl agreed and said the man was like a pervert having a breakdown. That answer was expected. Sabin was used to hearing painful words about the breakdown, and the original Viola also responded that way, knowing that she liked him more than empty phrases. But here and now, surprising Sabin, the girl sighed and said she didn't care about his gender, if he was a man or a woman. Instead, she condemned Sabin for harassing a married man and called him vulgar, deciding to follow a better path. Viola reported that even if it was a marriage of convenience, it was still an oath, and a promise between the Duke and the Duchess. Therefore, as the girl clarified, meddling in those relationships and pursuing her father was inappropriate. With her words, it sounded like an obvious truth, understandable to everyone. And although she didn't notice it, Savan's gaze softened. In reality, she didn't like the Savan from the book much for harassing her favorite character. But he remained useful to the Duke. Viola remembered the original question and said that, in her opinion, if Savan were just a pervert, her father wouldn't have saved his life. In her opinion, that meant the man was useful, so Viola considered him someone useful. Something that surprised Savan. The girl added that she wished he would also be useful to her, deeply impacting Sabin, since he used to hear the opposite. Many insults he had heard in his life passed through his mind, and now he simply couldn't believe it. Beaming with excitement, he relived Viola's words, trying to understand that someone existed in the world who accepted him as he was. After assimilating it, Sabin regained his composure and said those had been truly good words. Encouraged, he asked if he could do her makeup and hairstyle for tomorrow's dinner. Surprising Viola, Sabin enthusiastically announced that he wanted to show her his skill, singing about a character already thought up that he could create. He wished the girl to appear before everyone as a radiant ruler, a deadly lily with poisonous thorns. Listening to him, Viola didn't understand what he was saying, wondering if it was the creativity of a mad artist. Sabin looked gruesome in his joyful euphoria, asking if the lady would allow him to create this great work. The only thing Viola understood was the terrible price of rejection. So she put on a mask of confidence and said she would wait for him. At night, in her room, she turned in front of the mirror, recognizing that with the dress she looked quite pretty and beautiful. But her aura was still too unsettling and cold, and with Sabin's makeup, it would get worse, which scared her. If she attended the welcome dinner like this, she would encounter judgmental gazes that everyone would notice. They will see in her a worthy heir candidate and decide to kill her as soon as she turns 10, considering her an obstacle. It was a serious problem that deeply worried her, and she became so absorbed that she didn't realize someone was approaching her. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she immediately turned and drew her knife, stabbing the surprise attacker. He managed to dodge the attack quickly and moved away, laughing nervously. Approaching the girl was extremely dangerous. Vincent shone with an enthusiastic smile upon seeing that she threw not just a hand at him, but a knife. He found it amusing. Seeing the weapon in her hand, the girl got scared. It seemed that the real Viole acted, while Hanarine was absorbed in her thoughts. Regaining her composure, she turned to Vincent, expecting a counterattack. But he, as if nothing had happened, asked her what she was doing. Shocked by his calmness, Viole replied that she was just looking in the mirror, and the boy mocked her princess syndrome. When Viole asked why he had come, Vincent pointed to his knee and said he had cut himself, and he needed ointment applied to it. Hiding the knife, the girl told him he could do it himself, knowing that normally he didn't complain even about knife wounds. Vincent replied that he didn't know how to apply it, as he had never done it himself. But the girl told him to ask the butler. Firmly, Vincent extended the ointment bottle to her, and Biole thought he had already developed a bad habit. Refusing to give in, Biole told him she would only apply it if the boy fulfilled her condition. And if not, she wouldn't. This infuriated Vincent, who capriciously refused and said he would do everything by himself then, without her help. But 2 seconds later, he looked at her again, yielding and asking what he should do. Biole replied that her brother must fulfill one of her wishes, which surprised the boy, who didn't expect it. As the girl took the ointment from him, Vincent hesitated, saying that this seemed like too big an offer. However, seeing the prized bottle in his sister's hands, he accepted instantly, leaving behind his doubts about an unfavorable position. Vincent's obsession with the ointment turned out stronger than Biole imagined. But she handed him the contract, satisfied with how everything had ended. She didn't manage to say anything more when Vincent bit his finger skin, instantly signing the paper with blood, and scaring Biole. A short time later, Biole closed the ointment, finishing her work according to the terms of the deal. She asked why Vincent wasn't leaving yet, as she had already applied everything, but he complained that the wound still stung. The boy retrieved the ointment and turned to Biole, ready to confess something to her. He said he envied her, but the girl didn't understand why. She raised an eyebrow skeptically. Vincent explained that it was about the welcome dinner, which Biole would attend, while he was only ordered to sit quietly and eat. But Biole sadly thought that envying her was unnecessary, because at the welcome dinner, in reality, she wasn't greeted with enthusiasm. It's not a place to share with family, but an exam to prove one's worth before the main figures. To Vincent, saddened by his thoughts, Biole, aware of the truth, ordered him to eat as the others had instructed. However, she managed to change his mood to a more cheerful and hopeful one, suggesting they play together next time. He, enthusiastic, demanded that she assure him again and again that it was a commitment, forcing Biole to agree on every occasion. After that, Vincent could say goodbye in good spirits, awaiting the meeting the next day. His sister cheered him up a lot. But Biole, watching him leave, couldn't stop being nervous about the imminent test. She was preparing for that exam. At 4 a.m, Jenon was already waking up an annoyed Biole, insisting that she must get ready and be at dinner by 9. He said there was no time, and despite the nuisance, it was time to get up. And Biole unconsciously raised her hand to attack him. The butler was very surprised, dodging the blow and seeing that the girl's palm was covered in shining mana. This was serious. But he didn't stop trying to wake the lady up, and advised her next time to take 3 degrees to the left when attacking. He started explaining to Biole, who understood nothing, the details that would increase the probability of killing by 10%. Without listening to him, the girl was thinking about how she wanted to keep sleeping. But Lord Saven was already waiting for her to get ready for the meeting. At 9:15, Biole was ready. Everything was over while she was dozing, and now Sabin praised the result obtained. Upon opening her eyes and recognizing the man, the girl was surprised that for some reason she looked different now. But she remembered that he was a mask master. The man kindly asked if Biole had already put down the scissors, as he had almost died 3 times. And the girl was surprised to see them. She was scared that her body was moving on its own again, while Sivan spoke about her charming attempts to kill him by instinct. But he quickly let it go, offering Biole to look at herself in the mirror and saying that now she looked like her authentic self. What she saw in the reflection shocked her. She couldn't believe she looked like that, and she didn't even think that someone at 7 years old could look like that. Getting closer to the mirror, Biole seriously thought that it was no longer just an art that improved appearance, but some magic. While looking at her reflection, Biole was interrupted by Zenon, who sincerely told her that she looked beautiful. And she turned. The servant bowed and extended his hand, indicating that he would take her to the place where the protagonist of the day should be. Holding the girl solemnly, he told her that today Biole would shine more than anyone. She knew it and firmly decided to face the cruel test specially prepared by the Beratu. As soon as the girl entered the hall, her presence was announced, reporting the arrival of the 7th Duke Beratu's daughter. Biole Beratu. Under the deathly silence and the gazes of the family gathered at the table, the girl advanced as if entering a dangerous beast's lair. Upon lining up with the man who announced her, Viola silently raised her hand with the knife, cutting the taut rope that no one noticed. The girl cast a scornful look at the culprit, understanding that this was the first test of the bloody table of the ducal house. It was necessary to correct the inappropriate behavior when addressing the seventh lady. So Viola pierced the servant's neck with her book's blade. But Hanarin knew the original and the surprise preparations she had to uncover to justify a revenge worthy of the Veratus. A rope was attached to the servant's finger. That's why the girl immediately aimed at the puppet's rope, knowing who controlled it. Viola placed her foot on the head of the eliminated victim, demonstrating her superiority and absolute victory. With a dark smile towards the true culprit, she declared that she wasn't interested in those jokes at all. She was addressing Savan Marcus, the manipulator behind the trap at this stage of the exam, who stayed away from the group. The man bowed, apologizing for his lack of courtesy, and Viola asked if he would hang himself if he felt so much guilt. But Saban noticed that it wasn't a very serious mistake, so he proposed considering it as the wound received that morning. Viola showed slight displeasure at letting the topic go, and from the table they called her. Attracting her attention, it was Duke Beratu, who in the form of an ultimatum ordered the girl to stop talking and sit at the table, dominating her with his gaze. While thinking about how handsome her favorite character looked today, Viola made a polite bow in silence, as etiquette rules dictated. Zenon moved her chair away, clearly indicating the place where the lady should sit. And she approached. Sitting in the only seat opposite the Duke himself, Viola thought that was where it was. The place of the novel's protagonist. She glanced at the others present, who followed her every move attentively. And she perceived the reigning tension. Understanding that she wouldn't have to talk to most of them, Viola decided not to look at them. Only forward. She should only look at the other end of the table, where Geron and Isabella were sitting, the remaining figures of importance this evening. She decided that the first step should be taken before Isabella's question, so she stated that they were all there not just to greet. She asserted that her presence there was her father's personal wish, so other hosts would be the ones to decide if she was worthy. Since only Isabella was among the two present duchesses, it was she who had to carry out this test. The woman smiled, acknowledging that she, the sixth lady, was smart, and by hurrying Viola along, she announced she would ask her 2 questions. Her first question in this test was about why Viola hadn't struck the guilty puppet butler in the heart. The girl asked if it was really a question, and the furtive glances of the others immediately focused on her. That arrogant behavior surprised Duchess Isabella, who asked if Viola, who held the Duke's authority, despised her. But the girl firmly asserted that she hesitated because the question was too easy. Although she had no intention of belittling the Duchess. The hall plunged back into tense silence. No one uttered a word while waiting for what would happen next. Genon silently observed that the lady did not bow to Isabella and didn't even pay attention to her siblings. He appreciated Viola's free attitude, unaware that she herself suffered from the silence that had set in. Her worries revolved around the fact that one mistake would mean the end, as the real test was just beginning. After a pause, Isabella asked again if Viola had discarded the idea of piercing the butler's heart upon realizing he was a puppet. The girl confirmed this, but Isabella questioned how Viola figured all that out. Under expectant gazes, Viola explained that the butler had presented himself incorrectly, almost begging to be killed. However, according to her, that contradicted the rules of the Winter Palace, so she couldn't kill him. The next point was the presence of the puppet master, Sabin, who shouldn't be at the welcome dinner. From all this, Viola logically concluded that it was a puppet she could kill. And so she did. On the other hand, the master Sabin couldn't be here without the father's permission, which meant he only obeyed orders. Viola clarified that this is why she didn't kill Sabin, and then asked if her explanation was enough for her mother. Isabella tensed up. She was scared, thinking that the girl had figured all that out so quickly. But her emotions were interrupted by Geron. Surprising her even more, the man briefly praised Viola's reasoning. He said it had been excellent. It was unexpected and impressive, because the only one who previously received, even occasionally, praise from the Duke was the First Lady. Isabella clarified if Viola had been praised by the Duke, and he replied that she deserved it. He granted her a rare distinction, in fact. The Duchess, with a smile, declared that, in that case, her second question was unnecessary. But Viola made her uneasy again by announcing that the second question was predictable anyway. The girl clarified, if Isabella hadn't wanted to ask, why the Sixth Lady dared to use weapons in the Duke's presence. And the Duchess, terrified, the woman instinctively hugged herself. She couldn't even imagine that Viola had anticipated even that, not knowing how to answer the daring girl. Isabella could only think that this child was extremely dangerous for her. Their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Duke Geron, who declared that was enough. His face was stern and projected the authority of a ruler. Observing Viola, he noticed that not only had she not surrendered to Isabella, but, on the contrary, she had demonstrated her superiority. She was the one who best fit Beratu and deserved praise, but, for some reason, another image persisted before Geron's eyes. This Viola did not fit Beratu, showing an illogical face, and such an attraction was not unpleasant for the Duke. But trying to clarify it, he concluded that this pleasant feeling was because he had adopted a child who fit well with Beratu. Silently concluding that it had nothing to do with liking, Geron ordered a welcome gift to be brought for the girl. Fulfilling the order, Carlton approached Viola, introduced himself, and greeted her. He extended the prepared gift to her. This made the girl remember what the last exam of this family challenge in the novel was like. In front of her were 5 potions. Each one was a strong poison, and drinking any of them would result in death. Isabella, resuming the game, said it was a special gift for her daughter, and all the potions were made from useful ingredients. Of course, everything was fake, and the original book Viola simply threw the tray with the potions onto the floor. Breaking the vials, the girl got very angry, and, realizing it was an exam, said that if she were stronger than the Duke, she would have cut him to pieces right here. But Janarin would do things her way and thanked him, saying the gift meant a lot to her. The girl stood up and approached the butler with the tray. The man smiled kindly and asked which potion Lady Violetta would prefer to drink. She took the outermost container and said that since she was called the Seventh Lady, this was the exam to prove she was worthy of being Violetta Beratu. Under the attentive gazes of her adoptive parents, the girl dropped the poison, sensing what they wanted from her. The container broke, spilling its contents, and Violetta loudly asked if that was what they expected of her. She added that, according to someone, those who carry the Beratu surname must distrust everyone except themselves. The Duchess liked those words. She asked to whom they belonged, and Violetta replied that her butler had said them. This made Gino smile, who approached the lady opening a bottle with ointment. And even Isabella commented that Violetta had a good butler. The girl nodded mentally, sincerely grateful that Gino meticulously took care of her burns with the poison. But Violetta didn't stop there. She took another container and asked if she should try the solution. She made him tense up and said she perceived a nostalgic aroma, as if a special story was kept there. Viola noticed that Girion, although faintly, reacted, so she understood that she had found the correct elixir. The one related to Rael. Rael was the only woman Girion truly loved. She was an outstanding alchemist in life. 15 years ago, when she was diagnosed with a rare illness, before dying, she turned to her lonely person. She told him she always wanted to be by his side and gave Girion a potion prepared by herself. Called Biole. The girl extended a vial to him and proposed going with her, saying that if they died together, it wouldn't hurt as much. Girion really wanted to drink the viola, but then the main butler Carlton stopped him, who was now standing in front of the girl. Viola sighed and decided that in this world, there really wasn't a single normal person. If Girion had named his adopted daughter after a poison. However, perhaps precisely because of this, there was a strange characteristic in the story. The poison did not affect the original Viola. Noticing her actions, Duke Beratu harshly asked the girl what she was doing. Viola opened the vial and said she knew it was poison, but for some reason felt a strong temptation to taste it. Daijinin, just in case, reported that this poison was the strongest of all those offered. But the girl didn't care one bit. She said the poison called to her like a woman's voice, and that made the Duke, usually impassive, flinch. With a firm voice, he harshly asked Viola what and where she had heard, which deeply unsettled him. But the girl retorted that she hadn't heard, but had seen, and when asked for more precision, she repeated that she had simply seen, without clarifying. But she really saw it. A yearning directed towards someone, a love stronger than death, and a burning desire of the dark man. Making a decision, Viola said she would drink the elixir, smelled it and noticed it smelled like wine. She was scared to drink the elixir. She was afraid of dying, but firmly decided to trust the book's instructions and follow them. Viola cautiously began to drink the poison. Her throat burned instantly, and her body also burst into flames, causing pain. Her eyes turned red, and her thoughts clouded with fog. An intense thirst for drinking blood appeared. A lot of blood. The Duchess was astonished to see that this child, born under an unlucky star, controlled the thirst for blood with her mind. Viola clearly had an acuity, a remarkable composure, a talent for acting, and the ability to turn the situation in her favor. This greatly entertained Isabella, as the girl didn't hide her skills and openly showed her desire to rule Beratu. Duran also saw the ideal Beratu, exactly the image he wanted to see, but for some reason he was not happy. The glass container was empty. Viola shook it a little to confirm, but not another drop of the elixir came out. The girl reported that she had drunk everything, mentally rejoicing that the torture was over. And she felt relieved. Viola was intrigued if the bloodlust was a side effect, as she almost lost her mind thinking about something else. After that, with the feeling of having fulfilled her duty, she returned to the table. And proposed, anyway, to start dinner and take care of the food. Duran agreed with her and ordered to start the meal, although he himself remained gloomy after what happened. Despite the large number of people, no one spoke. Only the clatter of knives and forks could be heard. Even breathing became difficult. Viola was satisfied with her success, since her father wouldn't even look at her if she didn't show interest. But now he was watching her. Even her siblings looked at her, recognizing her as a member of the Beratu family. And the girl wished that this would continue. She felt enthusiastic about her achievement, but she felt on her skin the gaze of another person sitting at the table. Viola looked at the girl a little older than her, who was caught by her intense attention. She was the Duke's fourth daughter. It was Beratu, a girl with a pleasant appearance. Soft grayish eyes and hair. Hera was born lame, but she is one of those brilliant figures who overcome physical limitations with their intelligence. In the original plot of the novel, before Viola took over the duchy, they were both bitter rivals. But later, thanks to her creativity, Hera became a renowned merchant. That's why Viola wanted to win her trust. Viola decided to appear kind towards the girl, since she would soon be immensely rich. It affected Hera so much that she timidly looked away and blushed a little. The original Viola ignored her like that, but Hannarin promised herself not to do the same. Her mind was focused on future actions, which would soon flourish, so she radiated kindness towards her sister. When the welcome dinner ended, Viola fell asleep exhausted, almost dead, and vaguely remembered having spoken with Jenon. As she fell asleep, she mumbled that she wanted strawberry lemonade with lots of ice when she woke up. The butler promised to remember and crush the ice to put it on top, as if it were snow, although Viola faintly thought it was unnecessary. However, her drowsy mind thought it must be delicious, and she murmured her words in affirmation. Sinking into sleep. Seeing her mistress's expression at that moment, Zenon froze for an instant. Her smile was very warm and sweet. He positioned himself next to the girl's bed, leaning close to her and watching over her sleep. After about 4 hours, Viola opened her eyes half asleep, woken by a soft noise. Looking around, she noticed Zenon and asked what he was doing there, to which he replied that the lady was kicking the blanket with her foot. That reason didn't seem important to the girl, but the butler warned that it wouldn't be good if she got sick right now. Seeing her confusion, Zenon reminded her that Viola had drunk a dangerous poison. Everything became clear. The butler couldn't simply worry about her. Viola thought he worried about rumors, since Beratu should not show her weaknesses to people. But unexpectedly, Zenon expressed joy that the lady was not sick, which surprised Viola, who didn't know how to perceive it. Looking at the man, she wondered if it was possible that he was sincere and partially cared for her. Zenon asked if he could apply the medicine to her burn, and the girl felt confused seeing him remove his glove. As he began to treat her, the butler asked if she would allow him to be honest for a moment. And Viola asked what he meant. Hesitating slightly, Zenon admitted that he had felt sad when the girl got the wound. Viola asked him why, but the butler didn't understand either. He asked if she considered it strange. The girl was surprised that Zenon felt sad. She thought he was someone incapable of empathizing and unaware of his own feelings. She thought he was a character without emotions, and now remembered if Zenon had ever shown sadness in the book. Unable to recall it, Viola said it was strange. And the butler agreed, as the wound appeared on the lady, but it hurt him. He shared that it was a strange feeling he had never experienced before, and, if possible, he did not wish to repeat. But despite that, Zenon understood that if the lady got hurt, it made him sad, and carefully covered the girl with a blanket. Concluding his confessions, the butler with a sweet smile said that, for that reason, he did not wish for something similar to happen again. This disconcerted Viola. It seemed to her that Zenon had changed compared to the original character in the book. She wondered if everything had been caused by the change in his own personality after the girl's move. The connection was clear, as Viola had changed, and so had the person closest to her, Zenon. Zenon. But his thoughts soon changed to the fact that it was just another test, as that butler couldn't really worry that much about her. Therefore, Viola, facing his wish that the lady not get hurt, replied coldly, and with some confusion, that she was Beratu. The girl asked what Zenon thought of her, and after a brief silence, he replied that it was Mrs. Beratu whom he served. Viola nodded, ordering him not to say more nonsense, while Zenon concluded that perhaps he had asked too much. He didn't even understand the reasons for his behavior, but he knelt down and asked the lady to give him an order personally. This confused Viola. She didn't know what order he was talking about, so she asked the butler. The man replied that he wished to receive the order to protect the lady, which surprised the girl again, whose actions were unexpected to her. Zenon sincerely expressed that he did not wish to see Biole hurt. That's why the desire to protect her arose in him. Considering it a strategy, Biole could only admire his mastery and apparent sincerity. She composed herself and remembered that the butler should be a butler, not a guard, and that she, as a Beratu, must protect everyone. As a Beratu, she must protect everyone. That response was not what Zenon expected, so he tried to guess what else he could say or do. After making a decision, he stood up and dared to ask his lady another question. He asked if, in case he were a stranger like Rixen, she would extend her hand asking for help. Biole replied that it was possible, but at that moment, she didn't understand the true meaning of the question. The next day, bringing her lemonade with strawberries, Zenon happily announced that he had submitted his resignation. He informed Biole that he would no longer be a butler, which surprised and annoyed her, as she did not want that outcome. But Zenon knelt down and asked if he could protect her now, stating that he would be a better adult than Rixen. However, Carlton rejected him, indicating that Zenon had not completed the mandatory period of 7 years. The young butler was required to pay compensation of 10 billion dales instead of approving his resignation. What shocked Biole the most was that the man had signed such an absurd contract. The compensation was exorbitant. But Zenon said he never imagined having to resign, so he didn't read the contract termination terms. Viola did not expect such initiative either. So she was glad that it hadn't worked out for Zenon. She didn't want too many variables. Even the book mentioned that butlers as capable as Jenon were rare. That's why Viola did not intend to waste the opportunity. So the girl asked just in case if the man had 10 billion dolly. But the answer was negative. Cheerfully, Viola kindly proposed that he stay with her as a capable butler. Jenon found the situation acceptable and easily agreed. That perspective was enough for him. But furthermore, the man remembered that he had a report to give and communicated it to the lady. He took out his notebook and said it concerned Viola's dog, Tundra. Jenon reported that the boy was beaten every day until he lost consciousness, and there were rumors he might die like that. But Viola remembered that, in the novel, the training sessions were also described as very brutal. That's why she said everything would be fine. Her calmness unsettled the butler, who loudly pointed out that the lady seemed to trust Rickson completely. The girl agreed, adding that Rickson would never kill Tundra, as he was hers. Although Jenon agreed with her reasons, he didn't understand why she trusted that fallen man more than him. That idea struck him. He suddenly realized that he felt that jealousy he had only heard about. The butler looked at Viola enjoying her drink, trying to understand himself. He recalled his beautiful lady's words, the proposal to stay by her side as a capable butler. That led him to think that she needed him as a butler. Therefore, a feeling like envy was completely unnecessary. Despite that, he again proposed to Viola that she take a look at the training area. And the girl was surprised why it was necessary. Jenon clarified that it would be better to see in person how Rickson treated the lady's property. Only after so much insistence did Viola consider the possibility that the butler was really trying to denounce Rickson. A while later, they appeared in the training area, and Viola was intrigued to see how the classes were developing. Approaching, she heard the sounds of blows and understood that, apparently, one of the sessions was taking place there. Tundra wielded his sword and tried to attack, but his opponent moved quickly and agilely, dodging the blow and jumping aside. That surprised Viola, since Tundra's opponent was not at all who she expected to see. The boy who landed after the jump turned out to be Vincent, who had somehow arrived there. Viola perceived tension between the ones facing off and didn't understand what was happening. Rickson noticed Viola and the butler's arrival and came over to greet them. The girl immediately asked him why the boys were fighting, and the man replied surprised that they were just playing. It made Viola doubt, since what she saw didn't look like a game at all, and a shadow of unease appeared on her face. Ignoring her, Rickson proudly pointed to his figure and boastfully proclaimed that he had slimmed down now and looked better. But the girl only remembered him with disdain, mentioning that the day before she had attended the welcome banquet, where her father was also present. She said that compared to him, Rickson looked more like a squid, better now, but still a squid. The man heard this expression for the first time, but, to his misfortune, he understood it perfectly even so. But putting that topic aside, he became more interested in Viola calling the Duke her father. It seemed to him that they had grown closer. It wasn't entirely true, but the girl didn't know what words to use, and Rickson decided to stick to his opinion that he was right. The sounds of a new round of blows diverted Viola's attention from the dialogue, and she looked back towards the training ground with interest. The boys kept fighting with wooden weapons and tried to hit their opponent. Rickson asked Viola for her opinion on who would win, and she asked him to phrase the question more clearly. For her, it was about daily life or this sparring, and Rickson pointed to the option of what would happen now. The girl replied that in this situation, Vincent would win, as he has been training since birth. And he is a pure Beratu. In his opinion, it would be strange for him to lose, but Rickson noticed that she specified the current situation. Viola clarified to the attentive man that Vincent's fencing and Tundra's are different. Vincent trained in stealth attacks, so he cannot fully show himself in an open space. But Tundra learned to wield the sword with Rickson, which would be his advantage in an open confrontation. Although his skill is weak, that's why Viola could confidently assert that, if Vincent made no mistakes, he would win this fight. The man was very impressed by Viola's reasoning. A 7-year-old girl considered all the difficulties of multiple factors at the same time. He humorously pointed out that Viola clearly wasn't 7 years old and only appeared young, which made her a little nervous. But Rickson quickly changed the subject and asked what mistakes she meant, and the girl calmly pointed to each one. Furthermore, she pointed out that Vincent was still young and seemed to consider everything happening as just a fun game. Hearing snippets of their conversation, the boys turned and noticed Viola, who was watching their fight from the side. Tundra immediately became serious, deciding he must try hard and not disappoint his mistress. Vincent was overcome with enthusiasm and the desire to show Viola how strong and cool he was. Gathering courage and concentrating their strength, the boys prepared for the next blow. They were about to cross weapons when suddenly, Rickson calmly stopped them and announced a draw in this battle. Vincent protested, saying it was unfair, as he could have struck directly at the heart. But the man replied that, if he had done so, the boy would lose his head. Despite the comment about the enemy's long weapon, he revealed, insisting that he knew everything, and he could have avoided the blow. But Rickson, knowing this wasn't true, interrupted him with an educational tap on the head to calm him down. Upon receiving that blow, Vincent became even angrier, not understanding his fault, and Rickson explained it was due to his stubbornness. The boy replied by threatening to kill Rickson, and he, with a smile, wished him luck if he managed to do it. Their conversation was interrupted by Viola, who approached and addressed Vincent, immediately focusing his attention on her. He started hurriedly talking about how he hadn't lost, and tried to explain the situation from his perspective. But Viola wasn't interested in that. She handed her brother the contract they signed earlier, when Vincent promised her one wish. Worried about Tundra's training, the girl stated that, according to her wish, the boy would not kill Rickson, no matter how strong he was. Vincent wanted to protest, but Viola insisted, asking if her brother would keep his promise, and sadly accepted, yielding. Tundra approached, saying he felt ashamed for showing weakness in front of his mistress, as he wanted to win. But Viola objected that he had made a good effort, and Tundra cheered up instantly thanks to her praise. He rejoiced like a puppy, thanking his mistress and saying he would be her companion dog. The girl was surprised by his words about the dog. She tried to ask about it, and the boy confidently asserted that Viola had promised to stay close. Tundra enthusiastically told how those close to the mistress are called companions. That's why his desire to be a dog. Viola didn't understand where he got that from, and noticed that the boy was offering his head, as if wishing to be petted. It seemed strange to the girl, but she reached out and petted his head like a good puppy. Tundra was very happy that his mistress had praised him. He blushed at how pleasant it felt. Vincent, observing this, cast discontented glances at Tundra and envied that only this boy received praise. A strong discontent immediately arose among the boys. They planned to kill each other someday. Rickson attentively looked at Viola, who tensely observed the silent argument between the boys. He addressed the girl, saying that now he knew her secret. And Viola instantly tensed up, fearing it concerned her reincarnation. But it wasn't. Rickson seriously declared that the lady possessed mercenary skills. He said that, since Viola has so much insight, it's not surprising that she easily changes people's hearts. In his opinion, everything was just the mask of a child who needed help. But Viola's true essence is that she is an Iron Princess. Apparently, rumors reached Rickson that iron blood runs in the adopted princess. Viola thought Rickson disliked her, but he objected, saying she was very cute. And Jenon next to him got excited. Rickson finally also realized that Viola was cute, but Jenon wanted to be the only one to realize it. Ignoring that, Viola addressed Vincent, asking to talk, and the boy happily ran towards her. He asked if they would talk alone, without Tundra, and upon receiving confirmation, beamed with joy. Tundra, on the contrary, became sad and looked sadly at Viola, not wanting to part from his mistress. But the girl looked away, avoiding prolonged eye contact, and expressed the hope that Tundra would be stronger at their next meeting. The boy, seeing her leave, hoped that next time Viola would play with him. He wanted to be closer to her. As she walked away, Viola ordered Vincent not to show his cruel side to his dog. since he was her brother. In reality, trying to protect Tundra, the girl ordered her brother to show that he was stronger and uphold the honor of Beratu. Vincent, with eyes full of hope, asked if this way he would become cooler, and if that was what Biole wanted. Biole recalled this brief conversation already in her room, enjoying a refreshing drink again. She found Vincent's obsession with being cool incomprehensible. It didn't exist in the original, but even so, he was easy to handle. But she was no longer sure if things really worked out, since Jenon's state was too strange. And besides, Tundra said he wanted to be a dog. But the most important thing is that, according to the plot, Hera should have already come to visit. But several days had passed, and she still hadn't arrived. After another 2 weeks, Biole could no longer wait. Time was running out, so it was urgent to cast the bait. The girl called Shenon and gave him a note, ordering him to send it to Hera. The butler asked what it said inside. Biole replied that it was just a way to show kindness, mentally begging Hera to take the bait. The next day, the room door was knocked on, reporting the arrival of Princess Hera, and asking permission to enter. Biole waited. Internally happy, the girl ordered Jenon to open the door to the visitor. An unknown butler pushed the wheelchair into the room, in which the frail young lady, a little older than Biole, was sitting gracefully. The room's owner greeted her sister kindly. Soon they would be able to talk. Hera dismissed her companion, saying he could leave, and the man obeyed her wish. Biole also asked Jenon to leave, and he accepted the order, asking if they needed to prepare snacks. Dreaming of drinking strawberry juice, Biole asked her sister if she wanted a snack. But Hera refused. And Biole, suppressing her disappointment, said she didn't need it either. Jenon accepted her refusal and left, begging them to call him if the ladies needed anything. As soon as the man left, Hera darkly asked Biole why she had insulted her. The girl's calm atmosphere completely vanished. Biole acknowledged that her letter was received, but clarified that she had not insulted her sister at all. But she had a different opinion, and asked if Biole really believed that note was not offensive. The note stated that Biole wished to reconcile, but those words have another meaning in the Beratu family, since they indicate that they do not consider someone an enemy. For Hera, that phrase was particularly offensive, as she lacked the opportunity to become the family leader due to her physical condition. Biole said she wrote sincerely and apologized, explaining that she still didn't fully understand the Beratus, which made Hera smile. Continuing, Biole asked why her sister had come then, and she replied that it was not her duty to analyze the younger one. Questioning if that was really the case, Biole moved closer to Hera, leaning towards the girl's face, and said that, in that case, she should examine her face without fear. In the story, instead of fighting for the leadership position, Hera decided to support the future family head, and approached her siblings. Hiding her claws, she judged and determined who would be her ally and the next leader. Even Duke Beratu acknowledged the girl, and told Isabella that the chosen hero child would be the heir. That's why Hera came now to check if Biole was a worthy heir, while she tried to win her trust. Biole stared fixedly into her sister's eyes, allowing her to examine and judge her. Hera remembered feeling the same at the welcome dinner, the innate confidence, coldness, and talent. Biole, moving away, said she still knew little about the Beratus, but understood that they would eliminate her if she didn't show who she was. The girl slowly circled her sister's stroller, and intentionally asked how a lame princess survived there under these circumstances. Furthermore, under Hera's attentive gaze, Biole remembered that there were no official reports on her sister's duties. So, Biole asked her to explain, wishing to demonstrate her intelligence to impress Hera. She started reasoning aloud that Vincent immediately came to her after her adoption. But for some reason, he didn't come to Hera. However, the most important thing was that the fifth princess sometimes spent time in her father's library without a specific purpose. Biole said she had thought a lot about it, but couldn't figure out why. And her father forbade her from approaching her sister. Hera nodded. That was precisely what her father had said. And Biole asked if that rule applied to all siblings. Whoever is protected by the father will never be the head of the family, and Hera knows this well. Common sense suggests that. But Biole noticed that this wasn't what her sister wanted. Smiling, she asserted that Hera's true desire was to become someone who chooses her own heir. Her precise conclusions impressed Hera. A 7-year-old girl who had just arrived at Beratu already knew so much. It was amazing. Intrigued by her new sister, Hera decided to test her. She told Biole that she had never mentioned anything about what she had just said, so she wanted to know why she reached those conclusions. Without the slightest doubt, Biole replied that it was all due to her sister's truly exceptional mind. She mentioned her guess that Hera had made a deal with her father, the Duke of Beratu. Under those terms, she would have given up the leadership position in exchange for protection. And she would dedicate herself to supporting the future head of the family. Biole remembered that such people are generally called white Veratus, and Gera confirmed it calmly. The book also explained this. The Beratu family is divided into 2 main factions. The black Veratus are in charge of power, while the white ones are dedicated to strategy. But everyone considers the black Veratus the true ones, while the white ones are those who remain hidden. Plotting plans. That's why Gera was seen as a coward who took refuge in her father's protection, and a foolish invalid who could not be considered a rival. But Biole, on the other hand, saw her sister as exceptional, since at the age of 10 she had already closed a deal with her father. She told Gera that this is how white Veratus arise, and that with her disability, it was the most appropriate choice. Intelligent and justified. Based on this, Biole sincerely commented that she considered her sister a true Beratu, which greatly surprised the girl. Without fully understanding, the girl asked again, and Biole pointed out that Hera had made the right decision, deserving of respect. The girl found it very strange. No one had ever told her that they respected her. It was always the other way around. Gera closed her eyes and managed a smile, carefully reflecting on what Biole had told her, and reaching unpleasant conclusions. She asked with a sneer if Biole wasn't bothered by wearing a mask that didn't suit her, which even scared her interlocutor. But the fear quickly disappeared when Gera mentioned how difficult it must be to hide her madness when she longed for something else. With a provocation, she asked if Biole didn't want to wield the sword even more. And the girl fell into shock. Everything was not as she had imagined. But Gera did not back down and added that a person who longs for blood so much is nothing more than a murderer. Not a Beratu. Biole asked who had told the girl about the need to control her killing instinct, and she replied that the palace servants had informed them. Furthermore, Gera previously believed that Genon was too soft in evaluating his mistress. But it turned out he was right. The girl, reaching out to her interlocutor, added that she was also impressed by Biole. Touching her face, Gera said that, after all, she liked her. Biole was surprised that everything was progressing so quickly. It seemed the evaluation was over, and her sister had already drawn her conclusions. But she quickly stopped upon realizing it was a test. She had to show Shara the perfect candidate, so Biole withdrew the other person's hand from herself. Instead, she approached and, taking a strand of hair, spoke to her with an intimidating aura. Biole warned the girl not to cross the line, as she had chosen Shara, not the other way around. Her actions fascinated Shara, but the massive amount of mana floating in the air impressed her even more. She thought Biole lacked a lot compared to her older sister and brother. But she was still only 7 years old. Hera's heart accelerated, imagining how strong she could become if she helped her grow. Biole regained her composure and expressed the wish that they could become a perfect family. Hera, insecure, repeated what she had just said, and Biole repeated it again. For the Beratus, being a perfect family means using each other to achieve higher goals. That wasn't what Biole meant, who rather thought about treating her rich sister well. She smiled warmly, but took it as Violetta's attempt to use her due to the lack of other help. Despite that, Gera liked this move. She admired her sister's intelligence, in her opinion. That highlighted the girl favorably. Violetta saw her smile, but didn't understand why a bad feeling tormented her. She had no idea about her sister's thoughts. Hera asked if the girl could go with her to a place, and she replied exactly where. The older girl put a finger to her lips in a conspiratorial gesture and said she wanted it to be a secret between them, so they shouldn't tell the servants anything. She assured that she only wanted them to go to a place where she could show her secret strategy. Violetta asked about the father, but in this case too, her sister replied that he shouldn't find out. Questioning why she kept all that secret, Hera just smiled subtly. She said that an invisible sword is much more velvety than something you can see. And she handed Violetta a note. The next day, Violetta looked at the note with a grim expression and thought about what to do with it and how to act correctly. Jira wanted to go to Terra Lands, a strategy she had devised due to her disability. But the main problem is that this information was not mentioned in the manga, since Violetta and Jira were not that close, and now they would have to figure everything out on their own. The strangest thing is that, according to the girl, the servants don't know, but it makes no sense. And it's surely a test. Understanding all this perfectly, Violetta decided that she too must prepare adequately. The main thing written in the note Jira handed her was the condition to go alone. Leaving the mansion, Viola thought it had been easier than she imagined. She wondered if it was because no one stopped a 7-year-old girl without a butler's company. After a while, she reached the indicated place and looked around to decide which path to take. In front of her stretched the station square, the third largest intersection in the Winter Castle. But despite its imposing atmosphere, there were narrow, dilapidated streets nearby. Her gaze fell on a wooden sign of the Moonbeam Pub, an important landmark. Viola kept walking, knowing that on the other side of that place, in the second alley on the right, there should be a small 2-story building. She reached the indicated location, following all the landmarks, but in the end found nothing. It was empty. A voice called her, asking who she was and what had brought such a noble lady to a place like this. 4 criminal-looking men, armed, asked her if she was lost. One of them pointed out that the information was correct. They had earned a good haul in 2 days. They could earn well for every part of the girl's body. Another pointed out that the girl was clearly from a noble family. Therefore, they should take care of her before the guards arrived, while Viola tried to understand if they had deliberately led her into a trap. She addressed the group of men, distracting them from their conversation. With a kind smile and a bow, she told them her name was Viola Beratu, and she was 7 years old. The men became worried upon hearing that surname. The name Beratu was known to everyone here. It carried a lot of influence. Viola understood that Hera had given the order without revealing her identity, but it wasn't clear why these men had accepted without knowing anything. It was foolish of them. And now the men concluded that a Beratu couldn't be in such a place without an escort. Viola, defending herself, strongly insisted that she was Hera Beratu and was 7 years old. She reminded them that, according to Duke Geran's rules, all children under 10 years old must be under protection. However, seeing that they were still pointing weapons at her, the girl told them with a grim smile that they were just trash. Those words made one of the men shudder. The aura surrounding her screamed danger. The others mocked his fear and rejoiced that they could soon leave unpunished. Like in all these years of slave trading, Viola calmly ordered her butler to bring clean water. She needed to rinse her ears after all the filth she had heard. The attackers immediately protested, shouting who the girl thought she was and where the stranger in that suit had come from. All the men froze upon realizing that one of them had fallen to the ground, without saying or doing anything. Genon reported that the fallen man was seriously poisoned, the other 3 paralyzed. And they were given an option. The fallen man will die in an hour, and during that time, they must get him out of the Winter Palace. Afterwards, Genon will take care of the rest. He started counting to 3, announcing that afterwards the paralyzing agent would wear off, and raised his fingers to indicate that the paralytic had disappeared. Terrified, the gang quickly picked up the fallen man and fled with him under the butler's penetrating gaze. Viola reflected that killing was scary, but without a certain cruelty, the world would not be better. So she had to be tougher to adapt to this new reality. Gathering courage, she ordered Jenon to kill all the men who had escaped once they left the Winter Palace. After that, she turned to her sister with a grim tone, asserting that if she did not show up immediately, everyone in the Terra Alliance would be killed. The sound of a door opening around the corner was heard, from which a wheelchair with a girl silently emerged. Hera emerged from her hiding place and showed herself, accusing Biole of having promised not to bring the butler. But the younger one retorted that Hera had hit the jackpot with this coincidence, since otherwise they would all have already been killed. Biole remembered that she had given her name and age to the mercenaries, so her death would simply be self-defense on her part. Then came the question of whether the ducal inspectors would side with Gira in such a situation. On the side of the one who committed such a repugnant and inappropriate act, or would they support Biole? Even if she was an illegitimate child, since her actions completely matched those of Berat. Defending herself, Gira replied that she had only reported the presence of a noble lady who appeared here today, while her sister brought the butler. So it could be considered fair. Biole easily accepted such a conclusion. Satisfied with the fair exchange, she moved closer to her sister, offering to go to the place they planned to go, and told her she would help her. The butler tried to take on that task, but Biole told him everything was fine, and took the chair's handrail. With a soft smile, she asserted that, after all, Hera was her sister, and pushed the chair with the surprised girl forward. She felt a strange warmth in the younger girl's words, and a little embarrassed. She indicated in which direction the Terra Alliance was located. On the way, they started talking and conversed friendly about various topics, without touching anything serious. Biole confidently asserted that money was the best thing, and her sister asked her how she could say such despicable things being part of a ducal family. The other replied by asking if she herself didn't like money, and upon learning that she did, she added that this also sounded despicable, to which the girl, with a smile, said it might be true. Then Biole asked her if she knew why aristocrats say they don't like money, and her sister became interested. The girl explained that they were all just spoiled pigs who had never suffered hunger. That's why they acted so arrogant. That made Hera laugh involuntarily, and Biole noticed it instantly, glad to have heard it. According to the book, she knew that the girl made that sound when talking to someone she liked, and that meant a lot. Biole rejoiced, as Hera was now on her side, and they continued the journey with pleasant conversation. Soon they arrived at the alliance created by the hero, located in a huge 10-story building, which Biole observed with surprise. She was impressed by the structure built with the latest technologies of this world, which were not yet perfect. Furthermore, Hera owned this building at the age of 12, and Biole, not containing her emotions, sincerely expressed how much she liked her. They reached Hera's office, with the false name on the plaque, and Biole admired its decoration with astonishment. She asked who the true owner of the place was, and Hera became interested if she really wanted to know. Without waiting for an answer, she said that a famous merchant used to live there, and a spark of unsettling realization hit Biole. She asked Hera if she had killed him, and prepared for the worst answer. But her sister replied that he was already dead, and she only helped bury him. Biole could breathe a sigh of relief, and then understood that it was Sabin Marcus who created the mask, and posed as a merchant. The girl asked Hera where he was now, and she was surprised and stood still, since she didn't expect such quick conclusions. She smiled thoughtfully and asked, without addressing anyone in particular, how much Violetta had already figured out. Hera asked her to stop and pressed her sister's hand against her chest, pointing out that her heart was beating faster than normal. Without hiding it, she told Violetta how happy she was to have met, and the girl thanked her for the coincidence. Biole, however, felt a bit uncomfortable with the feeling that she had won Hera's sympathy by using knowledge from the book. But she decided it didn't matter, as they could be real friends. After all, Hera used to laugh a lot with her. So Violetta thought she would help her sister with her information, so they could get closer, and the girl would be on her side. And to start with, she asked Hera if she had a lot of money at that moment. Hera wondered if greed had awakened in her as soon as she learned about her older sister's situation. But Violetta laughed and asked what the point of such a small amount was. She knew that in the future, the girl would be much richer. The words about a small sum surprised Hera, who assured that, in fact, she was very rich. But the younger one denied that this was the case. Hera was surprised by her words, as Violetta had grown up in the lower districts, but mentioned a small amount despite having seen the Terra Alliance building. However, Violetta quickly clarified that she was referring to cash, indicating that physical assets and real money are different things. She asked Hera if she lacked cash, but she didn't understand why she suddenly brought up the topic. Then Violetta explained that she wanted to invest money in her sister's business, which made Hera ask how much she had. Viola honestly replied that she had nothing, and the older girl asked incredulously how she planned to invest the money. But her sister only asked what amount she needed and became thoughtful when Gerard asked if they would give her what she requested. Gerard was interested in knowing if his sister could earn around 100 million, even if it wasn't such a necessary amount. Or large. She dared to ask aloud if 100 million Georgians weren't an excessive amount for a child. And Viola answered with a satisfied and confident smile that it was less than she expected. A few days later, Viola arrived at Duke Beratu's office and greeted him with a courteous bow. Geron, as always coldly, confirmed if the girl had asked for money for personal expenses. She calmly and certainly affirmed it, assuring him that she needed a little money. Butler Carlton looked at her with disapproval, thinking the Duke would cut off her head for saying such things, and that the girl had completely lost her mind. Previously, Jenon had reported that Miss Viola was asking for a little money for personal expenses. The Duke then ordered her to be summoned, and Carlton believed she would be reprimanded, but Viola knew that Geron liked this unexpected impertinence. This is what Rael did in the novel, and it worked. The girl simply asking him for money, with a confident and bright look. Now Viola asked if her daughter could ask her father for money, and he asked her if that was why she was there. But the girl replied with a smile that she missed her father, and used the money as an excuse to see him. Geron was silent for a moment, processing that. Those words about pretexts caught his attention again. He didn't know how to react. The man smiled and asked how much she needed, and Viola immediately replied that 100 million Georgians were the funds she could receive as an heir candidate upon turning 12 years old. Although, unlike Gera, who presented an investment plan, it was impossible for Viola. The Duke asked what she planned to do with that amount, and the girl replied that she wanted to support Gera. She clarified that she wished to obtain a solid alliance, as her sister could not be the heir, and it was better to attract her to her side. Geron observed that Viola studied diligently, and she agreed, saying otherwise they would cut her off like a dead limb. That brought a slight smile to the Duke, which the head butler noticed with tension, although he didn't say anything. Viola added that she wasn't asking for anything without basis, and recalled the annual problem with the wild boar pack that would soon arise. When asking the Duke what relation it had to the matter, Viola declared that she would solve the problem of the savage pack. She asked if that would serve as a test of her capabilities. And Geron, with a wider smile, questioned if she was so sure. Viola replied with impeccable conviction that it was so, and that if she failed she would lose her life. Which intrigued Geron. The girl recalled that he liked to give and take away, and requested the money in advance, since her bet was higher. With a rather innocent gesture, Viola extended her palms forward, as if asking for the money to be deposited right there. Geron held his gaze on that action for an instant, quickly processing her decision. He asked again if it was about 100 million Georgians, and she confirmed it confidently, while Carlton watched from the side. Satisfied with how events were unfolding, Geron, smiling, announced that he would give her double 200 million Georgians. Later, looking out the window, the man reflected on how a 7-year-old child had intuitively understood the concept of financial leverage, something very characteristic of Beratu. But for some reason, when the girl's small hands passed before his eyes, Geron softened towards her, which was strange. He wondered if Viola's proud attitude reminded him of the absent Rael, who used to behave the same way. Addressing Carlton, the Duke asserted that if Viola failed to achieve the expected result by the age of 10, there would be no need to raise the issue of her succession right anymore. Geron firmly decided to treat the girl as planned, regardless of blood purity. And without hesitation. From the window, he watched Viola walking cheerfully along the path, content with the conversation's success. The man concluded that he would have to work hard, or else the girl would lose her head. Following Geron's promise, the coldness in the Winter Palace seemed endless. And 3 springs had passed since then, meaning 3 years. Vincent Wide opened the room door, happily announcing to Viola that he had returned from his mission. Viola stopped eating dessert upon seeing her brother, as the girl had just turned 10 years old. That meant she was no longer protected by the absolute law of the Winter Palace. And she entered the fight for the heir's place. The girl pointed out that 5 months had already passed and asked if Vincent had come to see her as soon as the mission ended. To which he happily replied that it had been so. But the next question, whether he had informed his father about his return, made the boy tense up and moderate his enthusiasm. He began to justify himself by saying he was about to do it, but Viola instantly understood that he intended to delegate everything to the butler, even if the boy denied it. With greater seriousness, Viola announced that she would now enter the fight for the right of succession with legal grounds. However, she added what would happen if Vincent didn't properly play the role of the 5th Prince of Beratu. Viola informed that in that case, she would not recognize him as a rival, and he was horrified instantly. For him it was hell. Upon receiving such a cruel threat, the boy ran scared towards the room exit, shouting that he would return soon. Genon, approaching the lady, commented that Vincent seemed eager to see her, as he had lost the brightness in his eyes upon leaving. He also noticed that Vincent's interest in Viola persisted, but between his emotions and his reason there was an abyss. Expressing his observations, Genon asked the lady if that was what she had planned. And the girl replied indifferently that she didn't know. However, everything was actually unfolding as she wanted, because if Vincent wished to be on her side, he first had to mature. Moreover, Viola was concerned about her age. She was already 10 years old, which meant the other siblings wouldn't leave her alone. Even more so, a key episode of the romance would soon arrive, in which Viola would announce to Geron that she was entering the succession competition. But now the girl had no intention of acting like the original character. Instead, she would change that episode. Geron walked slowly through the park, observing. He noticed that it was time, and the flowers had completely bloomed. He recalled Rael again, and her beautiful smile when telling him that every year she eagerly awaited May for the beauty of the landscape. His brief memory was interrupted by Viola. The girl had found her father and approached to chat for a while. Somehow, Geron understood that the girl hadn't come by chance today. He asked her about it, and Viola confirmed it. She asked the attentive Duke if he remembered this very day, 3 years ago, and how he ordered the butler. Geron then warned that if Viola failed to achieve good results by the age of 10, she would be deprived of the right of succession or kicked out. But now the girl recalled without fear that she kept her promise and defended the village grain warehouse from the Boers, without unnecessary bloodshed. Previously, Geron used force every year to solve the problem, but Viola solved it through coexistence. A hybrid of earthworm and mole was created, thanks to which the hill's soil became more fertile. And the Boers had enough food outside the village. This solution still surprised Geron. The ingenuity of a child under 10 years old had solved an annual problem. The man asked if Viola wanted him to acknowledge her achievements, but she refused, saying that it wasn't about that. Instead, Viola became interested in why they hadn't announced her novel cultivation method. She observed that, even if it was luck, for science it was a step, albeit a small one. The girl added that for this reason, she was interested in why her father hadn't shared it with everyone. But Geron didn't reply. So, Viola asked if her father wanted her to become a black Beratu, because of the talent for killing that motivated him to adopt her. The Duke replied that when he brought her, she was just food for his own children. Stimulus for their development. Biole knew it, but didn't expect to hear it from him. However, Jiran added that Biole demonstrated exceptional skills from day one. So now he wanted her to become a black Beratu. She knew and understood that, but asked what would happen if she wanted to become a white Beratu, contradicting her father's will. The reason for choosing that path was to avoid competition in bloody battles with her siblings. Therefore, Biole told her father that she had already sufficiently demonstrated her talents and white Beratu qualities, and now she wasn't running away from the race for the legacy, but taking her choice. Holding a budding flower in her hands, the girl said that a good general can cut off several heads of enemy soldiers. However, a brilliant politician surpasses the king and the army. So if Viole's hands and feet kill 100 people, her head and mouth will destroy 10,000. The way she turned around, the situation created a smile on the girl's face. Since although the process was different, the final sentence of the episode remained the same. As in the novel, Biole solemnly declared that her father was a millennia duke, and that she would be a 10 millennia princess, but a white Beratu, not black. After some time, Jiran received from butler Gino the data he had previously requested. The Duke meticulously reviewed the detailed receipt on how Biole spent 200 million Georgians in 3 years. Gino warned that he said it unrelated to his duty and asked if his lady wasn't striking, admitting that he was sincerely impressed by Biole. Jiran pondered. When Biole turned 10, she requested reports from all previous years to properly evaluate her. Now, after reviewing everything personally once more, he ordered the butler to call Biole to talk. The girl quickly arrived at her father's office and, smiling, asked if he had called her. Ignoring her words, Jiran asked, annoyed, what she was trying to hide behind his back. But Biole didn't reply. He asked again, this time with more insistence, thinking that Biole didn't understand the uselessness of trying to hide something from him. Afterward, Biole showed the bouquet of flowers she had hidden before, and said she did it because she believed her father liked those flowers. The girl's words about how the bouquet would look good on the Duke's head surprised him, something he didn't expect at all. Biole asked if she was mistaken, and Jiran confirmed that she was, since the bouquet was a gift. The girl quickly overcame the surprise and approached her father, asking if he would accept the crown she had made. She added that she had thought of Jiran when creating the gift and placed the natural decoration on the man's head. Without waiting for an answer, seeing the result, Biole smiled warmly and said the crown looked excellent, just as she had imagined it herself. The Duke, normally cold, replied a little surprised that he doesn't usually wear such pretty things, and the bright strawberry-colored buttons clearly stood out on his head. But Biole cheerfully reassured her father, telling him that the crown looked wonderful on him. And he looked beautiful, and Jiran didn't even know what to reply. Finally, Jiran coldly warned her that she was laughing too loudly, and she stopped while still looking at him. The atmosphere became gloomier, and Biole calculatedly recalled that this was his usual look. But only for her father. Suddenly, the strange dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door, and both were distracted, waiting to see who dared to interrupt them. Butler Carlton rushed into the office, trying to catch his breath from the hurry, and addressing the Duke. However, his words were interrupted when he noticed a very unusual detail. The floral crown on the Duke's head left him perplexed. However, he was not allowed to remain silent for long. Jiran removed the crown and asked if something so urgent had happened as to interrupt the conversation. The butler hesitated, replying that it wasn't exactly so, and mentioned that it concerned Princess Biole. Asking if the Duke wished to listen, Jiran clarified that Biole wished to become a white Beratu, so he still didn't understand why Carlton was rushing so much with this report. But the girl reported with satisfaction that, apparently, he knew the reason, and it was related to the whereabouts of the money she received 3 years ago. At that time, Biole requested a loan of 100 million Georgians from the bank, and then another 200 million as collateral provided by Jiran. Of the 300 million obtained, the girl gave 100 million to the surprised Gira, as she had promised. With the remaining 200 million, she bought the abandoned land of the sheik, located between the Winter Palace and the southern city of Garnia. But after announcing the creation of the Gold Road, connecting the empire to the Winter Palace, land prices rose 10 times. The one who owned most of that land was Violet, and the girl informed those present about it. Previously, the Winter Palace was isolated to subdue the beasts, which strengthened human unity to fight the demons. However, Violet noticed that the situation in the empire had changed, and the current development paces had become negative. To correct it, it was necessary to connect the cities with roads, and the girl knew all about it. Since she had read the novel, Duran asked if everything was really due to those reasons Violet pointed out. The girl honestly denied that assumption, adding that the problem was also the imminent economic crisis. Since the value of the currency continued to fall, it was decided that the empire would try to improve the economy through massive construction works. 3 years ago, a prominent young lady began to rule the empire, getting closer to the people. And Violet understood that she would follow this policy. The girl explained that she had anticipated these events over the 3 years. That's why she asked Duran if, considering everything, she could become a white Beratu. Duke Duran and the head butler froze, unable to imagine what to say after hearing that. Violet added that otherwise the empire would have taken these lands by force, or the deception of someone without power. But the girl stressed that she was lucky, since her father was Duke Beratu, from whom not even the emperor could snatch anything. With a satisfied smile, she bowed, telling Duran how lucky he was to be her father. The man clasped his hands, not knowing how to comment on the situation, and only looked at the girl who surprised him again. At night, in his room, he looked at a framed commemorative photo he always kept handy. Duran tenderly stroked the photo of the beloved woman, who used to smile and say she was his wife, and that the man belonged only to her. He himself pondered that Violetta, for some reason, was very similar to Rael. Duran wondered if perhaps his beloved had sent him this girl so he wouldn't be so lonely. Finally, he sighed and admitted that it was impossible. He got out of bed and prepared to store the photo facing his heart. Duran opened the closet where the handmade floral ring, gifted by Rael, was kept. Despite her objections, she said it suited him very well. And now, holding the gift in his hands, he thought about how much he missed his beloved. Finally, he placed the crown gifted by Biole next to Rael's ring, made of the same flowers. Violetta, in the next meeting with Duran, talked about her plans to become a white Beratu. Her sister was indignant. She didn't understand how someone with a lucid mind could voluntarily wish to become a white Beratu. But Violetta simply indifferently recalled that she had already told Duran her plans. She didn't understand what the problem was. Duran stubbornly asserted that he considered all that mockery, and the younger girl asked why she wanted to mock her own sister. However, Duran recalled that at the welcome dinner, Violetta was completely different, and she showed herself to be a more authentic Beratu than anyone else. So now the girl didn't understand why Violetta wanted to become a white Beratu, since her physical abilities surpassed her mental ones, although the latter were also good. Gera asked if anyone, besides Viola at her age, could defeat a group of 10 people. And Viola involuntarily recalled that everything was managed by Rixon back then. In Tundra, to try to convince her sister, Viola recalled that 3 years ago Gera considered her purchase of useless land pointless, but asserted that it had been pure luck. However, Viola reminded her sister that she herself was a businesswoman, so these judgments made her lose confidence in her. Gira could only remain silent. She didn't know what to answer since she couldn't deny her own opinion. Therefore, Viola hugged her sister and explained that she understood the reasons for Gira's discomfort. Since she knew how she felt towards herself, she clarified that the desire to become a white Beratu was for her sister, as Viola didn't want to be ignored just because of her status. Furthermore, the girl asserted that there are actually no black or white Veratus, and such a situation doesn't satisfy her. Gera replied that those words were ridiculous and absurd, but despite that, she smiled and added that she held no grudge against them. She understood that the father probably also expected Biole to become a Black Beratu. That's why she told her sister that her path would be quite difficult. However, she knew it herself, so she suspected Jira would prepare an infernal test for her. So Biole prepared for the worst. Later on, the girl called Tundra. The boy knelt before her, awaiting his mistress's orders. Biole informed him that she would be busy from now on. Tundra understood that it concerned her application for the White Veratu. The girl asked with a soft smile what he thought would happen next. And Tundra gave the correct answer. The boy supposed that the Duke would triple the test for the lady, and Biole agreed with him. Expecting the same result, Tundra shyly asked if he could lift his head, but Biole forbade him from doing so. And the boy had to resign himself. The mistress petted his head as a reward, and Tundra could only blush in silence, holding on to hope deep in his eyes. Leaving Viole's room, Tundra thought he hadn't seen his mistress's eyes in 3 years, and wondered when she would give him permission. Recalling her kind face and extended hand, Tundra dreamed of becoming stronger in the future so his mistress could trust him. So he decided that upon returning to the room, he would reread the psychological manual for companion animals. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the intense smell of blood, and Tundra became alert, trying to find its source. In front of him appeared the third prince of the duchy, from whom the aroma came, surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere. Tundra tried to walk past without paying attention, as it didn't concern him, but the boy stopped him. The third prince, scornfully, asked if it was Viole's toy store, his poor dog. Since he was not pleased to be ignored by Tundra, he recalled that dogs must bow before their masters. But Tundra replied that his mistress was Princess Biole. The prince, mockingly, feigned surprise that a dog spoke in human language when it should only bark. He demanded that Tundra start barking, but the boy only clenched his fists and politely repeated that his mistress was only Princess Biole. The prince accepted that it was so and called him a good puppy. Then he approached and spat directly in his face. Without trying to feign repentance, he apologized, saying he had a coughing fit, and extended a dirty handkerchief for him to wipe himself. But Biole came out of the room and energetically ordered her brother to stop, very upset by what happened. The Duke's third son mocked and asked if it was a command. And Biole replied that it was not a command, but a plea. Tundra turned to his mistress, who had come to his rescue. A disgusting stain ran down his cheek from the spit. Seeing this, Biole froze. She hadn't expected it. Anger immediately invaded the girl. Viole's aura darkened upon seeing that Kondo dared to commit something so repugnant. And she called Tundra to her. She wiped his cheek with her handkerchief and expressed the hope that the boy would not embarrass his butler. And maid. Biole calmly ordered Tundra to step away. But the boy remained motionless, as if hypnotized. After so long, he finally saw his mistress's eyes, which were glowing red, full of blood. Kondo looked around pensively and commented that there was no butler nearby. Then he noticed a servant nearby and pointed out her presence, fixing his dark gaze on the young lady. The boy said that if the servant embarrassed Biole, she should get rid of her. And the servant trembled desperately. A strong tremor ran through her. She screamed in terror, looking for help and realizing that her life might end now. Viole's voice, full of anger, made Kondo stop. The girl looked at him coldly and called him a piece of trash with an inferiority complex. Then she attacked her brother with a knife in hand, but he blocked in time with his sword. Biole stepped aside, staring at him with her red, blood-filled eyes, which contrasted with her dress, very angry. Kondo noticed it. Biole was now the story's special star, the person born to kill. He was fascinated. He fixed a maniacal gaze on her, thinking that she looked beautiful at that moment. Biole was fast and elegant. And Kondo understood that even his older sister Medea, at age 10, was not like that. Defending himself from the next attack, the boy used the first move of Beratu martial arts, the five-pointed star. Biole barely managed to react, raising a knife in front of her, and a strong blow threw her backwards. She glared angrily at her brother. Blood gathered at the corner of her lips, and the girl understood that not even the true owner of the body could resist. Kondo approached and said that for a child who hadn't learned the Beratu technique, Viola was truly good. He pretended to lament that he was only defending himself. After all, she was the one who attacked first. The boy opened a spatial pocket and commented that he had even prepared a gift for meeting his younger sister. From there, he took out something reddish and threw it on the ground as if it were trash. And Viola froze upon seeing the boy's gift. Tundra watched her with a grim expression from behind, but remained silent while she looked sadly at the scene before her. In front of the girl lay a battered cat, and Viola instantly understood that its injuries were too severe, which made her even more furious. Wishing peace to the innocent victim, the girl clenched the knife in her hand. She turned to her older brother, and wiping the blood from her face, said she truly felt sorry for him. Kondo asked disdainfully if it was because of that, having chosen the white path of Beratu, being the most talented of the younger siblings. But Viola refused. She gave her brother an extremely rude description and told him she deeply regretted their encounter. From his anger towards Viola, the boy was distracted by a hateful shout accusing him of being a murderer. And Kondo turned towards the place. Sir Rixon ran towards him, aggressively asking what sin an innocent kitten could have committed. The man trembled with rage as he took the small, lifeless body in his hands. Words simply got stuck in Rixon's throat. He turned furiously towards the boy responsible for the cat's death and asked if he wanted to die. Then he ordered him to follow him. Kanodo asserted that Rixon was insulting Berata, and both headed to the training ground to settle the matter there. After the fight, the arrogant boy turned out to be the loser. The butler held him, helping his master get up. Although beaten from head to toe, Kanodo angrily declared that using Rixon was cowardice on Viola's part. The girl smiled and thanked him for the compliment, clarifying that she herself would rather call it a strategy. Defeated, Kanodo left, and his butler, who supported him, warned in the end that everyone would regret their actions later. Viola thought her brother was to blame for touching the cat. While Rixon is a true animal lover, the man turned to her and asked if she was all right, and Viola assured him that she was. Rixon commented that he was very surprised by the loud sound and pointed to the calling bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet's operation was simple. By channeling mana into one, the other emitted a sound proportional to the mana invested. Complaining, Rixon said the bracelet almost broke due to the volume of the sound. But Viola thought the problem was that it was old. She said that anyway, everything was fine now and turned to Tundra, asking him to bury the dead cat. The boy, whose eyes and nose were red from suppressed emotions, agreed, and took the ordered package with the animal's body. Viola asked Tundra what was wrong, but he assured her it was nothing and left to carry out his task, burying the dead cat in the ground. The boy cried. Traces of his tears were clear in the loose earth between his hands. Tears ran like streams down his cheeks, silently blaming himself for not being able to do anything in today's fight. Both today and on the day of the ambush by bandits against his family, nothing changed. He simply hid behind others because he wasn't strong enough. Even this time, it was Rixon who protected the mistress, and Tundra turned out to be completely useless. It hurt him to realize that. Soon, clouds gathered over the duchy, and heavy rain fell on Tundra, who was still by the buried body. In a moment, his mistress approached the boy, only he noticed her too late. Viola, holding an umbrella that protected her from the rain, asserted that she already knew everything would end like this. She extended her hand to the soaked boy and ordered him to get up, despite his protests. Tundra placed his dirt-stained palm into the girl's hand, reluctantly accepting her help, even if he was disheveled. Viola helped him up and, sheltering them both from the rain with her umbrella. She told him he had done everything he should, smoothing his hair. The girl praised Tundra for calling her, as today he had called Rixon, not him. But Tundra, despite her words, promised to become stronger. He solemnly swore that he would become so powerful that scum like the third prince would not even dare to look at Viola. While standing in the rain with the girl, Tundra promised to get rid of anything that could insult his mistress. Viola suspected that the confrontation between her and Kondo would reach Jiran's ears. Therefore, with external help, she demonstrated the skills of the white Beratu. But there was something the girl didn't expect. Her father and one of his sons were now discussing this incident. It was Medea Beratu, the first princess of the duchy, who reported that everything happened exactly as the father had said. The young lady communicated that Kondo was recovering thanks to a divine prayer, and the treatment would last a few more days. She also added that she noticed something strange, and Jiran listened with special attention. Medea said that a deep wound was discovered on Kondo's chest that seemed to spread from within. But Knight Rixon asserted that he only used fists, so the wound was caused by Viola. Which amused Jiran. One can only cause an internal wound if the attacker skillfully masters mana. An important indicator. The girl, with some astonishment in her eyes, recognized that not even she could do something similar at 10 years old. It turned out that, although Viola showed her white Beratu skills, she also proved worthy of becoming a black Beratu. The Duke asked if Viola interested Medea, and she honestly admitted that she did, asking if she could get to know this child better. Some time later, Medea visited her younger sister, and Viola wondered if in the novel their meeting happened at the same time. It seemed not, but now it didn't matter. Before the girl stood her second favorite character, her cool sister. The young lady honestly admitted that she expected a rejection for the visit, as she hadn't announced it in advance. And Viola replied that she acted that way if she didn't want visitors. Medea asked if that meant the sister wanted to meet, and the girl confirmed, adding that personally, she wished to see the white north wind. The thing is that Medea, the first princess of Beratu, performed masterfully as a dark Beratu, and received the rank of knight at the age of 12. The same year she was sent to the Imperial Order and killed a crowd of goblins alone. That's why she was officially recognized as a 9th-rank knight. And over time, Medea showed more talents, which made her the genius of the century. After a series of achievements, she became the first on the continent to reach the first rank at the age of 18, and was awarded 30 stars by Emperor Nella. For all these feats, Medea was nicknamed the White North Wind, symbolizing a great snowstorm that occurs once every 10,000 years. The young lady modestly said that the rumors were exaggerated, but Viola replied that she thought the opposite, and asked why Medea had come to see her. The older sister commented that she had heard Viola hurt Kondo, but the girl was confused by what Medea told her. Viola clarified that the wound was caused by Knight Rixon, not her, and added that it happened on the training ground. Medea asserted that hiding her strength was a good decision, but pointing her sword at her. She added that, in that case, she should have remained undiscovered. The sister's action made Viola nervous, as she didn't even manage to see Medea's movements. She was too fast. Jinan strictly reminded the first princess that they were in the Duke's residence. And she replied that she knew it, but she was a distinguished knight with Emperor Nella's star. Everyone present understood the value of that title, as whoever received it could rule everyone except the emperor himself. Therefore, Medea bravely asserted that the imperial order was superior to the Duke's, and that if she drew her sword there, it would not be a problem. But Viola asked if she really thought the imperial order was superior, which surprised Medea. She commented that Viola was an intelligent girl, so she should understand it herself. And Viola cordially agreed. But she also added that, in her opinion, the Duke's laws were not inferior to the monarch's, which surprised not only Medea, but also Jinan. The girl asked why Viola thought so, and she sincerely replied that she considered her father the strongest, since he was her dad. Furthermore, she added that according to natural law, whoever is stronger is right, a rule that fit perfectly in Beratu. Medea asked if she truly believed that, and Viola asserted that it was so, because according to the book, Jiran defeated the emperor, the sword master Nelja. Viola added that her sister also possessed strength, just like her father, so she should understand that those words were completely serious. The girl's assertions that her dad was the best surprised Medea, who wondered if this wonderful girl was really only 10 years old. But the girl decided to yield and put away her sword, accepting that things would be as Biole said. However, she then asked if her sister would accompany her to the exercise yard. And that question genuinely scared Biole. Medea recalled what was said earlier. Biole shouldn't be caught if she intended to hide her strength, and the girl became nervous. Trying to figure out what injury Kondo suffered, she decided to buy time and calmly asked if she could finish her strawberry milk first. The girl approved, saying she had plenty of time, and Biole remarked that her drink tasted delicious because Jenon prepared it personally. Medea asked if she meant the butler, and Biole confirmed, saying that he himself ground and froze the strawberries. Jenon, satisfied with the result, explained that his lady loved strawberries very much. So a little practice hadn't hurt. The girl, calmly sipping tea, recalled that the man was a master of ice and let her know it. The butler confirmed that the lady's strawberry milk was made by microscopic grinding with ice and offered to serve Medea on the next occasion. She accepted, while Biole reflected on the fact that Medea, according to the book, was a direct and rigid character. She is a hardworking genius, and the cause of her efforts is the desire to become the strongest heir so that no one else in the family gets hurt or dead. Recalling this, Biole realized with some satisfaction that she had found a way to overcome the impending test. The sisters arrived at the training ground and stood facing each other, preparing for the imminent combat between them. Medea ordered them to raise their weapons and asked Biole what she had chosen, to which the girl replied that she would use a dagger. The older one took her sword out of the case and clarified if Biole understood that she had chosen a weapon that did not initially favor her. The girl confirmed that she understood everything and asked her sister to give her an advantage and not to move during the battle so that she herself could win. It was a bold request, but Medea accepted it and with a confident smile proposed that the younger one try to achieve victory. Rixon approached them to inform Medea of his decision to act as referee today if necessary. The young lady accepted easily, noting that the man's heroic spirit had returned. Very good news, especially evident, was the contrast with his appearance a few years ago, when the man seemed about to die at any moment due to his lifestyle. Without even asking, Medea could understand that, surely, the cause of these changes was Biole, her younger sister. And now the girl moved a little away, announcing that she would start the combat first, with her usual dagger in hand, ready to use. Medea burned with impatience, waiting for Biole to show her skills. But everything did not go as the young lady expected. Biole simply walked directly towards her sister, lowering her weapon, and she, moving her sword, warned that if she continued like this, they could both get hurt. But those words had no effect. Biole stubbornly continued towards her sister, without saying anything and without showing any emotion. Medea continued attacking, asking if Biole listened to her at all, as the girl showed no reaction to her words. In the end, a small cut remained on the girl's cheek, but she continued with her plan. She had her reasons for acting so recklessly, as she knew Medea had never hurt her siblings. For the same reason, the original Biole hated Medea, but admired her at the same time, even in the final battle. So Biole, tightly gripping the bloodied knife in her hands, asked Medea why she didn't step aside, and decided to die in vain if she perfectly knew about the planned attack. Medea, barely managing to stand upright, replied that Biole was already old enough, and that her older sister was terribly tired and finally wanted to rest. She felt sorry for imposing such a heavy burden on Biole, so Medea sincerely asked her to forgive her clumsy sister. In the end, Medea added that, despite everything, she loved her, as she was her precious younger sister. Now, Hanarin understood that she couldn't treat Medea the same way as the original Biole. Therefore, she impulsively hugged her upon reaching her and cheerfully proclaimed her victory. Medea was momentarily surprised, but then scolded her, saying that her act had been reckless, and that Biole would already be dead if they were real enemies. But the girl, without letting go of the hug, raised her head and calmly told Medea that she allowed her to stab her with a knife right now. She explained that she could question her older sister's opinion, as she had seen her fights with the second and third brother, in which the boys survived, so she was sure of her safety. Medea didn't even know what to say. The girl had calculated and understood her intentions with such speed and precision that it was surprising. Biole told her sister that she wanted to talk to her about something, so she asked if they could go to a quiet place now. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Rixen, who came running, and asked why both of them were going without him. And Biole looked at him confusedly and asked her uncle what he intended. He, with the face of a desperate father, whose child is trying to take her away from the family, asserted that he was an adult she could trust. But Biole quickly clarified that it wasn't due to a lack of trust, so he wouldn't go. She told the same to Tundra and Jenon. All three immediately lowered their heads, sad about her rejection. Each one desperately wanted to accompany her, but she didn't even understand their feelings. The sisters went to the park, where there were no strangers, and Medea asked the girl what she wanted to talk about. Biole, answering, sadly admitted to her older sister that she always wore a mask. Medea said she knew it, since everyone lives that way. And Biole nodded, adding that the most important thing was what the mask itself was like. During the welcome dinner, Biole noticed it. Medea was looking at her not out of curiosity, but out of concern. Therefore, the girl said she would trust her older sister, as before, and that she could check at any time if everything was a lie. But Medea replied that she didn't understand what her sister was talking about and looked at her expecting explanations. She agreed to start first, since the older one didn't want to be honest, and admitted that she hated the war between blood relatives for the heir's place. Biole said she only wanted a family, but upon getting one, she realized it was nothing like what she dreamed of. This statement enraged Medea, who, crushing her with a powerful aura of the night with the star, told the girl that she was not a Beratu at all. Contrary to all expectations, the girl obediently nodded, remembering that she was just an adopted child in the family. She added that before joining Beratu, she was exhausted and alone, and the only person who gave her strength died. Which was true if she thought of Hanjin and her entire past life. But Medea supposed she meant Rixen's deceased daughter, because of whom the girl approached the knight. Seeing the older girl's expression soften, Biole decided to take advantage of this assumption and confirm it. Then Medea asked again if Biole wore the mask of the tough Beratu, and the girl calmly confirmed it. She said she had admired Medea for a long time, clarifying that even in the slums, everyone knows the girl's nickname, White North Wind. Biole asserted that she had misunderstood her sister before and made a mistake. But now everything is fine, and she wants Medea to be her sister. The girl observed that these were quite bold words, and Biole asked if she was wrong to say them. But Medea replied that it was not so. She hugged Biole unexpectedly and sincerely wished her welcome to her new identity as Beratu. Biole shyly thanked her, feeling a warm affection for her sister's words. Since until now, she had been forced to use compliments and say things she didn't really feel to survive in this world. Until now, she thought she was mistaken, but it seems not, and at some point she even got used to being Biole, desperately needing a family. After a moment, they separated and Medea confessed that she never expected such an absurd situation. She still believes that Biole resembles Beratu more than anyone, but now she also looks back at her sweetly. However, the warm, idyllic scene of the sisters, finally getting closer, was suddenly interrupted by a stern male voice. Duke Beratu, her dark and rigid father, approached, demanding an explanation for what was happening at that moment. Medea immediately stood up and bowed respectfully, greeting the Duke in the traditional manner. Biole knew that her father actually disliked so much courtesy. So she didn't understand whether she should follow her sister's example, and in the end, she simply bowed. She told the man she was happy to see him, and asked exactly what he wanted to hear from them. And Duke recalled that Biole had submitted an application to become a white Beratu. The girl immediately understood that her father had misinterpreted her actions, and honestly told him that she was just hugging her sister. But Duke, convinced of her hidden intentions, insisted that Biole knew he wasn't referring to that. Determined to protect the younger one, Medea stepped forward and recalled that analyzing the enemy through hugs is a fundamental virtue of the Beratu. The father coldly reprimanded her, saying he was addressing Biole, and she in turn asserted that she was the one who asked Medea for a hug. Then, causing genuine surprise in Medea, the girl innocently asked if the father also wanted to hug her. Geron didn't understand what it was for, but Biole already extended her hands insistently, asking for a hug with childlike naturalness. Medea tensed up, not understanding what her sister was thinking by doing all that, while Biole tried to protect the girl who had become her older sister from her father. After reflecting in silence, Duke Beratu decided to yield and took his adopted daughter in his arms, without taking his eyes off her face. Biole hugged him with a slight blush and felt his heartbeat, as expected. He was also a human being. Upon separating, the girl said she wanted to know what the White North Wind and the Lord of Winter had in common, since Medea had inherited her father's blood. Upon hearing this, Geron asked what Biole had discovered, but she replied distantly that she didn't know. She said their hands needed to touch for Biole to understand, but her father's hands were too wide and warm. Geron asked what it meant, and Biole replied that perhaps it didn't have to mean anything if she just wanted a hug. But the father, letting her go, insisted that everything in this world must make sense and be worth the effort, and that Beratu must use their time usefully. Biole, on the other hand, declared that, in that case, she would find out right away and asked for a strong hug again, extending her arms towards her father. She thus proposed trying to find a reasonable reason, and Geron considered it brief and thoughtfully. For some completely incomprehensible reason, he felt like hugging this child, even if there was no rational cause for it. Therefore, Geron took her in his arms again, and Biole warmly thanked him, happy to have obtained her request. Later, in the Duke's office, Medea cautiously asked if he intended to punish Biole. However, Geron, drinking tea with a thoughtful expression, replied that he didn't know. But if he had wanted to do it, he wouldn't be sitting there calmly. He asked why Medea thought he intended to punish her, and Medea replied that she had that impression, adding that the father had changed. The young lady felt surprised, thinking whether the father had already given up all his expectations regarding Biole. Deciding to treat her with delicacy, Medea concluded that if she helped, Biole could demonstrate her strength again as a white Beratu. Therefore, with resolution, she asked her father to allow her to carry out her mission alongside Biole. In the next meeting with her sister, they chatted kindly. Medea tried Genon's strawberry refreshment, and Biole was right. It was truly delicious. After a while, Medea turned to her sister to announce that the order for a mission they would fulfill together would arrive soon. Biole listened surprised, thinking that her sister's mission must be extremely difficult, and she wondered if they really needed to carry it out together. But Medea's next sentence captured the girl's attention even more. They would have to go to the storm fortress. Viole's hands trembled when she asked if they would have to kill Night Jackal during the fortress assault, and she didn't want to hear the answer at all. Medea noticed it and smiled, saying with sweet pride that Biole was an authentic white Beratu. The young lady protectively asserted that, as an older sister, she would help her stand out even more so she could obtain that title. The mission is called Eye of the Storm, and its objective is to kill Jackal Falil, leader of the Storm Front who protects the Empire from the savage border. Jackal wrote several articles critical of the Winter Palace in the newsletters and published them on the Golden Street. He claimed that the younger princess of the Beratu Duchy benefited and received a sum of billions. According to his daring opinion, that was a preference of the Winter Palace and illegal fund trading. According to the plot, the mission should only have occurred in 3 years, but the original changed. Although the general development remained the same, Medea decided to ask her sister if she knew what was happening on the continent lately, and obtained confirmation. Afterward, the young lady added that she had been ordered to kill Jackal, but Biole became uneasy thinking if his father would then be accused. However, the sister asked perplexed if that mattered. And Biole recalled that for Beratu, it was not relevant without physical evidence. But this mission remained one of the worst, since in the romance, after killing Jackal, Beratu had to face the Paladin faction. In the future, the Paladins grew stronger and became a serious threat to Beratu. And then not only Viola, but also Medea almost died. That's why now, Viola understood that she had to prevent all this to avoid the destruction of her happy future. Later, Viola went to the Stellar Wing to meet Rixen and speak seriously. She asked the man who was trying to meditate if he knew Jackal, since, as was known, they had been colleagues before. Upon hearing this, Rixen became alert instantly and asked why Viola had asked the question suddenly. The girl took out an informational pamphlet and asked her uncle if he had read it and if he found the text strange. It turned out that in the novel, Jackal was described as the proud leader of the Storm Fortress, a man of unshakable character who never bowed to power. That's why Viola opined that Knight Jackal would probably have addressed the Duke personally about the mentioned issue. And Rixen had to accept it. Upon receiving his confirmation, the girl said she had decided to contact Rixen because Knight Jackal also has a young son. For the mission, Medea decided not to use tricks and simply sent a formal letter announcing her visit to the Storm Fortress. The next day, they received a favorable response and formed a departure group, disguising Genon as he was wanted. And given that the mission was quite dangerous, Tundra joined the expedition. And Knight Rixen. After a prolonged journey of 1 week, their group arrived at the Storm Fortress. The mission location. The entourage of the Beratu Duchy was received by Jackal Falila, leader of the fortress, who greeted only the distinguished guests. Medea returned the greeting firmly, pointing out that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and cautiously tightened the sword in her scabbard at her waist. Both interlocutors observed each other attentively and concentrated mana around them, immediately preparing for the imminent battle. Jackal commented disdainfully that for a messenger who came to kill him, Medea lacked hardness in her expression. The young lady replied that she was just a goodwill ambassador, so she didn't understand what noble Knight Jackal meant. The man had already aimed his sword at her, and told her that as a greeting he wanted to cross weapons with Princess Medea. The wind raised by the swirl of their natural forces continued to intensify. Violetta watched what was happening with increasing tension. Something similar had already happened to her when Genon aimed his weapon at Butler Vincent. But the level here was completely different. Violetta clearly understood that if she intervened or got between the combatants now, it would be like a death sentence. Despite that, the girl gathered her will into a fist and firmly decided that for the future she was willing to take even such a great risk. Seeing her actions, Tundra and Rixen could only be surprised, not knowing what to do or what to do at that moment. Medea also turned to her younger sister and was astonished, not understanding what this reckless girl was doing. Observing Violetta fearlessly approaching the center of the storm, Medea wavered between rejecting her defeat and concern for her sister's life. Jackal saw the young Beratu approaching, and it was he who, suddenly, lowered his sword for reasons only he knew. In doing so, the man took Medea's blow, who had held her sword until the last moment, and did not expect such an action from her. But immediately after, Medea also sheathed her weapon and approached Jekyll, who perplexedly asked why he hadn't taken advantage of the situation. To his surprise, Medea nobly pointed out that it was precisely Jekyll who first showed leniency towards her. She sincerely thanked him for taking care of her sister and admitted that, actually, it was she who had lost. Violetta politely bowed her head and thanked Knight Jackal for his initiative, since thanks to him, the girl had not died. The man commented that what Violetta did was truly reckless, as she would have been seriously injured if he hadn't reduced the power of his attack. But the girl, without the slightest doubt, said she trusted Knight Jackal since he was also someone's father. She revealed that she knew the man had a son of a similar age. That's why she decided Jackal couldn't hurt her. The fortress leader sheathed his sword, and with some caution, admitted that the girl was surprisingly brave. After these words, he considered the time appropriate, and with his usual nobility, she officially introduced herself as White Beratu, Princess Violetta. Later, in a calmer atmosphere inside the fortress, Medea asserted that Knight Hakal was right to call Violetta reckless, since she didn't understand her younger sister's thoughts. But Violetta retorted that it wasn't so reckless, as she was sure that her sister and Knight Jackal would not harm her. However, Medea still didn't understand where Violetta got so much confidence in her safety. The girl explained that upon seeing her, Knight Jackal would probably think of his son, and her sister would prefer to lose than harm her. Medea was impressed by the girl's sincere faith, although she still felt some unease about what happened. She clarified if Violetta then considered her action not reckless, but a strategic approach as a white Beratu. The younger girl calmly confirmed this conclusion, and Medea decided to ask what the final objective of her plan would then be. And Violetta, smiling, honestly replied that she wanted to resolve the matter without killing Knight Jackal. That was what she intended to achieve. Medea categorically recalled that her mission was to kill that man, but Violetta revealed that she already had an additional mission, sealed with her father's signature. She clarified that killing Jackal would not be convenient, as no one else would protect the throat, and the Winter Palace would be weakened following the imperial request for cooperation. Thus, Violetta explained to her older sister that she would not interfere with her mission, but asked her for time, postponing the assassination of Knight Jackal. Viola said that first she would meet with that man herself and speak seriously with him. Later, at night, Tundra assured Viola that he would take care of his mistress and always be by her side as her faithful dog. Daijnan showed the same loyal gaze, saying that he himself would take care of the princess, since he was her butler. At one point, it already annoyed Viola, and she ordered both of them with displeasure to simply cover her with the blanket. But Jenon pointed out with devotion that he knew all the details about the lady and always did his best to ensure her comfort. He wanted to be granted the honor of covering her, but Tundra pointed out with displeasure that he would yield once if he had such special rights. They continued this useless discussion, putting her in a bad mood, as she only wanted to go to sleep and not listen to those things. Unable to stand it any longer, Viola expelled Jenon and Tundra by shouting at them and covering herself with the blanket. The next day, in the morning, Viola and Rixen went together to explore the area inside the Storm Fortress. The perseverance of the trainee knights surprised Viola, as they practiced from 4 in the morning to perfect their skills. Soon Jackal approached, noticing that the princess had gotten up early, and Viola replied that she wanted to see the greatness of the storm troop at least once. The fortress leader greeted Rixen today, apologizing for being in a bad mood yesterday. But the man didn't feel like he was received with joy. Jackal asked if everything was all right, as he had heard that Rixen was ruined. But the latter pointed to Viola and said that thanks to her everything was going well. However, Jackal looked at her distrustfully, asserting that the desire to see the troop was not the real reason she was there. The man asked with some suspicion why Viola had come here and what Rixen meant by that. The girl asked if Jackal knew the secret story of Uncle Rixen, and he replied that he did, and that he felt sorry for him. Then Viola asked if Jackal wasn't saddened by the disappearance of his own son, and he tensed up, looking at her with displeasure. Denying this, the man said he didn't understand what the girl was talking about, and the atmosphere around him became much darker. Ignoring his words, Viola asserted that what happened greatly resembled Uncle Rixen's situation, and that something similar happened often now. The situation was really oppressive. There were always 3 factors: powerful people, missing relatives, and lack of evidence. But Viola bravely declared that she wanted to take revenge on the kidnappers alongside Rixen. That's why she would do everything possible as a white Veratu and help Knight Jackal. After these words, Rixen, determined and serious, joined in and said that from that moment on he would explain everything. The kidnapping of his family happened at a specific time, leaving no trace and failing to catch the criminals. After which Rixen fell into despair and started drinking. He explained that Jackal's son had also been kidnapped, after which he lost his mind and attacked the Winter Palace. Neither of them understood what they were doing. Rixen said he couldn't confirm it with certainty, But all this seemed like the magic of the Red Mage. And Jackal stood motionless, trying to comprehend it. He asked what was meant by magic, and Biole replied that it was hypnosis or management magic. That distorts the human mind. All of Jackal's love for his son turned into terror and fury, paralyzing his mind, which led him to follow the fear. Under the man's skeptical gaze, Biole admitted that it was hard to believe. But all the arguments were the result of 3 years of investigation. The girl said that when she turned 12, she could enter society. That's why she investigated her competitors. Thus, she wanted to find out who was the sharpest sword in society, and learned about the heir to the Storm Sword. Jeremy. Biole acknowledged that she has her own methods for handling matters, so surveillance did not cause her additional problems. In this way, she tried to find out about Jeremy by all means available to her, secretly taking advantage of the invaluable help of Count Savan. Jackal objected that the bastion was well guarded, and that espionage in the Storm Fortress should not be possible. But Biole replied to the disgruntled man that, just as she could observe Jeremy, the kidnappers could also have taken him. Night Jackal tried to find refutations to all this and say something. But suddenly, he couldn't find the words. Giving up, he acknowledged that after listening to Lady Biole, he felt that he understood what happened better. Rickson observed that Jekyll was now experiencing the feeling that the fog in his mind was dissipating. Just like what had happened to him. The general atmosphere changed, and Biole understood that she had helped break the shell. The rest of the work should be left to Jekyll. A little later, the man asserted that he would write a personal apology to Duke Beratu, owner of the Winter Palace. Medea was very surprised. Jackal asked to postpone the official apologies for a moment, giving him a little time. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, but promised that if Jackal gave her the letter, she would forward it to the Duke. The whole situation seemed very strange, and all Medea could do was imagine what Biole had done to provoke such sudden changes in the man's intentions. Jackal lowered his head and acknowledged that he felt ashamed of everything that had happened. But something had overcome him. Biole, for her part, objected that he should not be ashamed of the testimonies of love for his son. And the man asked uncertainly if she really thought so. And the girl said she considered Night Jackal very cool, and deep down she even envied him because Jeremy was truly loved. The man sincerely thanked Princess Biole for those words and began to kneel before her. He said he would eagerly await the day she turned 12, and expressed his wish that Biole would become the sharpest sword. In the letter delivered to Duke Beratu, Jackal wrote that he would surely rescue his son, and asked for a little time. Beratu couldn't believe that a man would attack the Winter Palace out of fear for his son, since Jackal didn't seem irrational or foolish to him. Furthermore, Jackal mentioned that Biole seemed very interested in Jeremy, so in 2 years he wanted to introduce them. He consulted Beratu on whether they could get along, and upon reading it, the Duke felt confused emotions. With some irritation, he crumpled and threw away the letter, not wanting to think about it any longer. A month later, Jackal officially presented his sincere apologies to Duke Beratu. And to the Winter Palace, Jeremy returned safely to the Storm Fortress. And alongside his father, he gained more reputation by defeating demons in the Barbarians' Canyon. After all these events, more than 2 years passed, and Biole grew a little older. A small yellow bird persistently pecked at her bedroom window, inviting her to look outside. Biole heard the noise and approached to see what was causing it. She opened the window and found the bird with a note tied to its leg. The message announced an imminent meeting, which surprised her, since in the Winter Palace there was no one trying to assassinate her. Janan approached the princess and told her he had seen the seal of the Storm Fortress. But Biole didn't understand why someone from there had sent her a note. Clarifying it, the butler recalled that Biole was turning 12 and had become much more beautiful than before. But Janan also seriously worried that the young man from the Storm Fortress had made his move. Now Jeremy Falilu, son of the Storm Fortress leader, is 17 years old. Like Tundra, and there are rumors that his beauty is worthy of leaving its mark on history. Many see him as the embodiment of the handsome dragon. Lately, it is the hottest topic in high society. But despite that, Jeremy had never officially appeared there, so Biole didn't understand the reasons for sending the note. Some time later, the girls in the streets of the Winter Palace began to talk about rumors about an official delegation from the Storm Fortress, in which Lord Jeremy would be included. The gossips eagerly awaited their charming Prince Jeremy, not suspecting that he was already on the duchy's territory. The boy arrived at the place called Azulia, observing with interest the long line he had heard rumors about. Before approaching, he disguised himself, hiding his face with artificial freckles under his silver hair. And messy. Joining the line, Jeremy overheard men talking about the most delicious egg tarts that even Princess Biole liked. That caught his attention, and he joined the conversation by asking if they knew Princess Duke Beratu. They took him for a novice knight upon seeing the saber at his waist, and replied that the young lady was a very famous figure in the Winter Palace. Feigning overflowing enthusiasm to know more, Jenon asked them to tell him about Princess Biole too. After an hour, they finished the conversation when the men's turn came, who told him a lot of rumors. In the end, they wished him luck in his training, and the boy politely thanked them before being left alone. With horror, he recalled the story that Biole had killed a herd of boars and drunk their blood, and they even nicknamed her the Iron Blood Demon, the incarnation of death. Zenon also decided that if the boar was wild, it was a special species of boar that fed on magic, and against which only a 7th-level knight could fight. The boy didn't know that these rumors were distorted, since the boars were normal. So he was amazed by the achievements of a 10-year-old girl and couldn't wait to meet her. While thinking that Princess Biole must have purple hair, Zenon entered Azulia. Since his turn had come, with amazement, he noticed inside the pastry shop a girl who exactly matched the description. She was sitting at one of the tables, next to a boy with black hair. At that moment, Biole enjoyed eating egg tarts, savoring them as if it were the first time. Tundra offered his portion to her too, pretending he didn't like sweets. And the girl enthusiastically accepted. Her thoughts were focused on the fact that freshly baked tarts were the most delicious, although unfortunately only 2 per person were sold. An unknown voice interrupted Biole while she was eating sweets, asking if he could sit next to her. Since there were almost no free spots left, the girl immediately fixed her attention on the blue knot tied to the handle of the boy's sword. And she understood that in front of her was Jeremy Fallahil, determined to disguise himself. Tundra replied firmly, and when asked the reason, said they didn't know each other. Then Jeremy tried to negotiate and offered one of his portions of egg tart. Viole's eyes shone happily. Unwittingly, Tundra tried to refuse the stranger again, but the princess interrupted him, allowing Jeremy to sit with them. The young man thanked them, and with Tundra's bewildered look, Biole calmly ate another egg tart. She then asked the boy if he was a knight apprentice, and Jeremy immediately lied, accepting the assumption. But Tundra discovered his lie instantly, asserting that it would be strange for an apprentice to hide his own energy. He placed a dagger under the table as a precaution and asked the suspicious stranger what he planned. Jeremy tried to assure them he had no intentions, but Biole interrupted his excuses mid-sentence, informing Tundra that everything was fine and this boy was her guest. She also advised Tundra to lower the dagger, recalling the prohibition against using violence inside the Winter Palace. These words surprised Jeremy. He realized that the girl had recognized him under the disguise and asked her how she managed to do it. Biole pointed to the blue knot symbolizing the storm sword and asked the boy if it was true that he expected her to pretend not to recognize him. The girl didn't particularly feel like starting a conversation with Jeremy, but it would be safer to start from scratch. So she decided to talk to him and say goodbye peacefully. Having made this decision, she finished eating and upon announcing it, got up from the table ready to leave. Before leaving, Biole told the young lord to come in his true form when he got tired of this performance, and said a brief goodbye. Jeremy was surprised to realize that the rumors about Princess Biole seemed false. He had probably thought too much of her as a witch. Moreover, the girl turned out to be more attractive than he expected. It was dangerous. Viola seemed quite nice. Reflecting on all this, Jeremy decided that he wanted to get to know Princess Viola better. He was truly interested now. Finishing this, the boy decided to eat the tart he had bought. And marveled. It was truly delicious. The dessert was interrupted by an angry shout. Someone was protesting angrily about receiving only 2 tarts, insisting that he was the son of a viscount. The disgruntled man asserted that only commoners fell for such tricks, and he couldn't see over his shoulder. But the woman calmly replied to the buyer that he should stop. Jeremy was surprised that a commoner would answer an aristocrat so boldly. There must be a good reason for that. The woman assured that even the blood princess visits this place, respecting the queue, and buying only 2 tarts. If she had sold the boy more than 2 tarts, it would have been unfair to Princess Viola. But he was not convinced by that answer. The Viscount's son became aggressive, shouting that scum couldn't threaten him, ignoring the woman who was trying to calm him down. The boy abruptly ordered her to shut up and announced that they would find her corpse tonight. While Jeremy, observing, hesitated whether to intervene. The argument continued, and finally Jeremy approached, warning the Viscount's son that he should stop. Viola and Tundra hadn't walked far when they heard a commotion, as if something had happened inside. In a moment, they sensed a powerful aura and tensed up, focusing on the source of energy. They returned to the entrance, and Viola ordered Tundra to open the door, an action the boy executed instantly. As soon as the door opened, Viola saw something astonishing and opened her eyes wide. In the center of the bakery, Jeremy held his sword against an astonished knight whose weapon had lost half its blade. Viola noticed how fast and precise the silver-haired boy's movements were. She asked Tundra if he had seen Jeremy's legs, and after a brief confirmation, she asked for his opinion. Although annoyed, Tundra had to admit that the speed of that boy was clearly superior to his own. Viola became alert. If someone was faster than Tundra, it was dangerous. They should stay away from Jeremy. The Viscount's son, defeated, abruptly ordered Viola and Tundra to move, and left Azuria. As he walked away from the pastry shop, he asserted that he would never forgive that woman for the humiliation he suffered before the commoners. Jeremy, on the other hand, felt satisfied with himself and hoped that Princess Viola had also liked how he managed everything. That same night, the Viscount's son, along with his companion, arrived at a stranger's house. Under the spoiled boy's orders, the hedge was destroyed and both accessed the garden surrounding the house. The young man protested angrily, saying that the commoners in the Winter Palace had forgotten their place by acquiring houses too luxurious for them, and behaving with extreme arrogance. Suddenly, someone answered him that he too sometimes behaved that way, and the intruder stopped instantly. Tensing up, a dark-haired man with a sword hanging at his waist was sitting on the house steps, and the Viscount's son asked who he was. Being extremely direct and honest, Tundra replied that he was a mercenary hoping to become a dog. He then asked the visitors why they were there, and the Viscount's son became irritated that the boy had such a long speech for a mercenary. Tundra didn't stay behind and, in turn, pointed out the short stature of the angry young man, whose displeasure only increased. The Viscount's son furiously swore that he would kill him too, and Tundra asked if he really planned to do it on the Winter Palace property. But the young aristocrat didn't care about rules and laws at all, so he ordered his companion to hit the man and kill him outside the palace. The man obeyed and lunged at his enemy with his sword in hand, but the latter stopped his attack with a single move. The combatants, completely surprised, saw how the attacker's sword only had half the remaining blade. The other half was stuck in the ground, and Tundra explained that he had clearly heard the death threat, which now made it self-defense. In 2 clear strikes, the boy knocked down the intruders, asking how they dared to touch his mistress's beloved pastry shop. The simple fight ended soon, and Tundra saw how the house door cracked open. The woman they were going to attack came out from there. She thanked him for the rescue and asked how she could repay the help. Without hesitation for a second, Tundra replied that the princess would be happy with 10 homemade egg tarts. Not for selling. The woman assured her that she would bake 100 if needed and thanked her again. While Tundra imagined his mistress's happiness, he asked her to make those tarts especially delicious and received a complete agreement. The next day, Biole received 10 freshly baked egg tarts and was sincerely happy. It was noticeable that those tarts had been prepared with special care. They tasted better than usual. And Biole offered Tundra to sit down too. But faithful to his purpose, the boy asked how a dog could sit at his master's table. Realizing that it wouldn't work out well, the young lady commented with a grim gesture that it made her uncomfortable to look up, and ordered Tundra to sit down. But everything went wrong again. And Tundra, apologizing, knelt instead of sitting on the sofa, worsening the situation. The boy's stubbornness, in a way, was reminiscent of Hanjuna. Biole didn't understand why Tundra started behaving the same way over time. But there was a difference. Biole clearly remembered that Hanjuna liked sweets. To verify her assumption, the young lady asked Tundra if he wanted to eat a tart. But the annoying boy only replied that a dog cannot eat next to its master, and that he was happy just spending time together. Biole asked if it was true that Tundra didn't like sweets, and he replied that yes. But the girl understood that he was lying. She noticed that he swallowed and his nostrils swelled, so Biole asked again. But she received the same answer. Then the girl asserted that she hated lying dogs, and Tundra became clearly nervous. Those words hurt him. But suddenly for Tundra, the mistress ordered him to open his mouth and put one of the tarts there, forcing him to try it. The boy incoherently thanked Biole while chewing the dessert. And she told him that he must be honest with her. Tundra accepted the requirement. It was the first time he tasted those tarts. He finally discovered their taste. They turned out to be simply amazing. Biole reminded Tundra that he was a dog and asked him if he understood the difference between a dog and a human. The boy replied that he would remember it if the mistress explained it to him. Accepting this, the girl clarified that humans must think about what they say and do, whereas dogs don't care. It's quite simple. One must simply be honest about what one likes or dislikes, directly accepting desires without thinking. For Tundra, this was to some extent a revelation. A dog remains a dog and cannot pretend to be human. The boy understood that his mistress was absolutely right there, so he decided to show her how he had changed. The next day, Tundra brought a vase with flowers and gave it to Biole as a gift, saying that he remembered how she attentively watched that flower blooming outside. The girl froze, unable to say a word, for in the vase she saw exactly daisies. Jenon asked Tundra if he knew what those flowers meant, what they symbolized. But the boy replied that he had no idea. Biole explained with contained sadness that in the language of flowers, daisies mean sincere love, prophecy, and revelation of secrets. She couldn't help knowing it. It was the talisman that Hanyun had given her, assuring that these flowers would bring good luck. Hanjun also didn't know the name of those flowers, and Biole was hurt that Tundra acted this way towards her. The boy was not her Hanjun, and she didn't understand why the situation was repeating itself. Why did Tundra do all that? Jenon noticed that the vase had magic, and the flowers were probably expensive, so the boy confessed to having bought everything with his Beratu salary, earned over 3 years. But Biole coldly reprimanded him, saying that 3 years of hard work were worth investing in weapons or armor. Holding the vase, the young lady warned in a somber tone that as a dog, Tundra should behave like one. Biole did her best to control herself, moving away from the feelings that engulfed her. Head bowed, Tundra promised his mistress to be more careful in the future. But the oppressive atmosphere of the room continued to weigh heavily. 2 days after the incident in Azulia, Jeron was personally executed by Selton, the only son of Viscount Sealy. Selton's head was exhibited at the south gates of the Winter Palace, but some nobles objected. In contrast, the commoners felt gratitude and enthusiasm upon seeing that Duke Beratu had cut off the head of a noble. Rumors spread along with the story that Princess Biole had sent Tundra to eliminate Selton. And in places where she herself didn't suspect, praises for her honor increased even more. Late that night, the Duke called Biole to his office. For a time, he remained silent and worked on papers. Finally, he asked her why, according to Biole, he had called her. But the young lady honestly had no idea of the real reason. She didn't know. So, avoiding answering his question, she asked why Geron killed the eldest son of the Viscount of Desiel. And the man directly asserted that Biole desired it, but that answer took her by surprise. Geron believed she intended to do it in secret and told the girl so, completely convinced of his assumption. In reality, the Duke had misunderstood everything, but Biole captured in his words that Geron wished for his daughter to fully participate in the fight for succession. Initially, she only intended to scare those people, but now she found herself facing Duke Beratu. And she couldn't be wrong, so she accepted his mistaken assumption. She asserted that she only wished to warn those who dared to ignore the power of the Beratu family in the Winter Palace. Furthermore, thanks to the incident, the opportunity would arise to distinguish allies from enemies among the nobles. Seeing who stayed quiet and who rebelled, Geron asked if Biole meant that those who stayed quiet were allies and the rebels enemies. But the girl shook her head and said she considered Geron's actions correct. But illegal. Therefore, those who stayed quiet were just cowards, and the rebels undoubtedly crazy. And neither was a supporter. But Biole added that, despite that, she would prefer the crazy ones over the cowards and would recruit the rebels who did not know Viscount Seal and had a clean past. Geron clarified if Biole meant all that as future plans for when she governed the Beratu. And the girl confirmed it, realizing that it wouldn't be her, but Medea who would govern. She also added that she had discovered about Viscount Seal and the unusual love he had, and his wife for their son. In the original story, for his sins, Selton was cruelly killed by a furious Vincent. Viscount Seal, upon losing his beloved son, rebelled against the Winter Palace, despite knowing that his defeat was inevitable, resulting in his death. Then, Geron asked the Viscount why he opposed him, knowing his death was inevitable. Tied and wounded, the man replied that sometimes everyone commits follies if those follies have their meaning. Thanks to this bravery, even after the Viscount's death, Geron did not hesitate to provide financial support and military to his family. But at the same time, the Viscountess swore revenge on the Duke, so she called her unborn son Bengas, which in translation means revenge. Later, Bengas became a powerful mage, an enemy of Duke Beratu. But that was something Biole could not allow now. She informed her father that the Viscount, with an unusual love for his son, would take measures and perhaps request the intervention of the Empire, but the Empire would not respond as it is not practical. Geron accepted, but asked about Viscount Seal, and Biole replied that Selton was the first to violate the law of the Winter Palace. But the Duke didn't exactly want that, and after a pause, added that that man wished to deprive Biole of her pleasure. The girl didn't understand what her father was saying now, and he mentioned the egg tarts, asking if they were her favorite. Ashamed that her father had noticed her preference, Biole confirmed that this was so, but quickly returned to the main topic, saying that Viscount Seal would attack the palace, being willing even to die. Upon hearing this, Geron firmly asserted that in that case, he would grant the Viscount a worthy death. But Biole asked him to leave it to her as proof of the White Veratu's abilities. And to send her as a special ambassador, she wanted to prevent the birth of Bengas. Meanwhile, rumors about Biole became increasingly exaggerated, so much so that blood could drip from one's ears. And they spread throughout the continent. The imperial minister, Selina Hihirals, also heard these rumors, but she knew that in the Winter Palace, the young lady was gaining popularity, as her actions were aimed at caring for her subordinates. The one sitting opposite the woman, Emperor of the Sword Nelja Freud Scalaband. He asked if that girl really was only 12 years old, and Selina confirmed it. Nelja. He then asked since when the minister began to notice the child, and she indicated that it happened 5 years ago at Beratu's welcome dinner. The woman pointed out that due to her brilliant debut, Biole was immediately recognized as a Beratu. Moreover, that girl achieved great success by taking over the land where the golden root would develop. The minister said that all this could be a coincidence, but it doesn't seem so to her, since the girl gathered the maximum possible amount and invested it. This surprised the emperor even more, but Selena suddenly pointed out that they were alone in the room. Afterward, she stood up and sat closer to the man. She hugged His Majesty and reminded him that she only did this in front of him. Nelja blushed at her actions, saying they were right in the middle of the report. But the woman cunningly asked if there was an imperial law prohibiting presenting reports while holding someone's hand. And Nelja couldn't object. Selena provoked him by saying that the emperor could enact such a law at any moment if something displeased him. The man blushed and stammered, arguing against such measures and allowing holding hands to continue. The minister was only amused and pointed out that Nelja was very adorable when he stuttered like that, while the emperor clumsily pushed her to continue with the report presentation. Selena returned to the topic and said that the girl was quite intelligent and perceptive. Moreover, she perfectly solved the problem of the stormy fortress. Furthermore, the woman told a distracted Nelja that Viola attracts Jeremy's attention. Nicknamed the handsome prince. But noticing the emperor's condition, the minister asked if the man was listening to her. And he replied tensely that yes, he was listening. With a tired sigh, Selena reported that the key point would be how Viola would face Viscount Salem. Because, according to her assumptions, by the time Princess Viola reaches Seal County, the Viscount will already be dead. The worst part is that, due to the terrible rumors circulating everywhere, Viola could be considered a suspect in the murder of the Viscount of Seal.